All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to day 2 of the Employee Ownership Ideas Forum. Thrilled to see everybody here this morning. Thrilled to jump into our next set of conversations. I'm sure I can get Jack Moriarty to sit down at some point. So let me invite folks to take their seats because we're going to get started. You can't hear anything? All right. I have to be this close? All right. Well, I feel like maybe I should just pick up the microphone and wander around. I don't know. What's that? Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm just going to start and talk, and eventually people will come on in. I'm Maureen Conway. I am a vice president here at the Aspen Institute and executive director of the Economic Opportunities Program. And as I said, it is my delight to welcome you to day 2 of the Employee Ownership Ideas Forum, a wonderful place to meet other people and chat, as we're already seeing this morning, and share common interests. It's also my pleasure to thank my colleagues at the Rutgers Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing for their partnership on this event. And I want to take a moment before I sort of launch in to also thank my team who has been it's so helpful in pulling this all together. We wouldn't have an event without them, so I really want to thank Matt Helmer, Seaning Young, Joy Moore, Tony Mastria, Francis Almodovar, Maxwell Johnson, Amanda Finns, Merritt Steuben, Bryn Morgan, Maya Smith, Nora Heffernan, Joyce Klein, and Lauren Starks for their help in putting this event on. Takes a lot of folks, so really just want to give them a round of applause. So thanks to them. So I hope that you, for those of you who are able to be with us in person or virtually, I hope you enjoyed yesterday's conversation, and I hope you enjoy today's as well. I also want to thank our supporters for this event, the Beister Foundation for Enterprise Development, the J. Robert Beister Endowment at Rutgers School of Management and Labor Relations, Prudential Financial, and J.P. Morgan Chase & Company. We have an amazing day in front of us. We're going to start this morning with 2 panels, one that's going to really look at sort of the potential for employee ownership to strengthen the middle class, and then we'll follow that with one looking at race and gender equity. For those of you who are here today, we're then going to have some private breakout conversations because we really do want to engage you all in this conversation. And so you have a handout. But I'd like you to be thinking about some of these questions this morning as we go through, so you can be thinking about what you want to bring to those conversations when we get there. So we're going to be talking about what is missing from the discourse and narrative on employee ownership, what additional information, research, topics, issues, or public conversations such as the one today would be helpful, what new audiences and stakeholders we should be engaging, and the role you see them playing and ideas maybe for reaching them. For those of you joining us virtually, we'd love your thoughts on these questions as well, and I think we've dropped the handout in the chat so you can see these questions, and there's many ways you can get in touch with us to share your thoughts, including just putting your thoughts in the chat. After lunch, we're going to wrap up with 2 more panels of exceptional leaders and speakers. We'll discuss innovations in employee ownership early this afternoon, and then close out the day with a conversation on employee ownership and how it aligns with our American spirit and values, and how it can be a stronger force for really driving our economic competitiveness and innovation, but also for really helping us kind of live with the values we sort of aspire to as a nation. So that's kind of how we'll close. And then we'll celebrate. So then we get through it all and we celebrate with a reception on the 7th floor. So I hope everybody stays through for that to celebrate with a glass of wine and some more time to chat informally at the end of the day. Our panels today have a little different feel to them. We're fortunate to have a number of research fellows from Rutgers Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing joining us. So we're going to have a couple of them open with their perspectives on their research before each of the panel discussions. Again, we'll try to include some Q&A in the panel discussions because we really do want to include everybody in the conversation. Okay, last thing before I hand it over to Joseph, I need to go through a few logistical items for our virtual audience. So everyone in the virtual audience is muted, but you can use the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen to submit and upvote questions. We'd love to hear from you. We also encourage you to share your views in the chat. If you have ideas, examples of work that you're doing related to today's discussion, please introduce yourself and share them. We encourage everybody in the room online to tweet about the event. Our hashtag is TalkOwnership. If you have technical issues during the webinar, you can message in the chat or email us at eop.program@aspeninstitute.org. The event is being recorded and will be shared via email and posted on our website. And closed captions are available. Please click the CC button at the bottom of your screen if you would like to use them. And that is my opening announcement. So Joseph, now I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, Maureen. And again, I'd like to express my appreciation to Aspen. Aspen has been a fantastic collaborator, and to the Beister family and Prudential and JP Morgan Chase for your support. I'd also like to specifically thank the members of the Rutgers team. We've had a team of 10 made up of Rutgers and Aspen workers working on this for 4 months. Jack Moriarty, Bethany Dennis, Chris Michael, Adria Scharf, and Douglas Cruz, who worked on the research brief. So we're kind of featuring the research fellows from the Institute's fellowship program. Over the last 15 years, Rutgers has appointed 15 to 30 research fellows every year to try to develop this field, and you'll get to meet a lot of them during the day. It's my pleasure to introduce Abha Bhattarai from the Washington Post. She's an economics correspondent at the Washington Post. I have read many of her fantastic pieces, and she will lead the panel today, which will be made up of Richard Freeman from Harvard, Fidan Kurtulis from the University of Massachusetts, Tomas Duran from Concerned Capital. Tomas, would you please come up? Stephen Smith from Amstead Industries. Stephen, would you please join us? And Steve Storkin from the Employee Ownership Expansion Network. Our colleague Doug Cruz is running a little late, and he will just join the panel when he arrives. Abha, I'm turning it over to you. Your capable hands. Thank you very much.
So Richard, if you want to come up here and kick us off, that'd be great.
Okay, hi everybody. I had prepared an extraordinary PowerPoint about employee ownership. Just wait till you hear the rest. In Calabi Yao's space, which is part of the multiverse of physics. Unfortunately, people said, no, that would not do for this group. So I'll give a different talk. First, I think it was a great idea of having yesterday's session before the research session, because seeing practitioners, learning the problems they're having in the field, learning what goals they have, really is something that every research person should respond to. We should be doing things. Originally, Joseph had said to me, oh, talk about all the good that we find in the research. There's no point to my saying that. You heard that from every single person. The interesting part of it, I think, is the mixture between the statistical data that allows one to generalize and the individual qualitative things about this company did this, that company did that. And that is a tough business in research, to combine those two together. And this is one of the places I think that's being done best. Joseph also made another comment yesterday. He said, gee, every 5 years people want us to reproduce the same results. And I think actually there's great virtue to that. the social world is not like the physics world. The electrons are always electrons. They've been electrons forever. We are people. Things can work in a society with one technology. They can work in one society and not in another society. And so it is actually important to continually be reassessing with new data things that stand up. In this field, Joseph was absolutely right. The results they're stronger. There's more statistics. There's more this and that, but they stick. They've lasted. The other comment I want to make about the research activities is that we always are talking about averages. So it's a 2% productivity increase that we see in some of the data. There's always a dispersion. There's always around that number. The really positive part of the research that's been done in employee ownership is that in that dispersion, it turns out to be reasonably balanced in the following sense. In some research areas, people are incredibly and we do want to see good results. But that often means that you can't publish bad results. Referees will go over there's got to be something wrong if you did not find a positive outcome. And so what they normally ask for in the research is that it be a reasonably normal distribution. There's the mean, the average, and there should be some negatives, and there should be some positives. If all there are positives, you can be a bit suspicious that there's been some sort of selectivity of which research appears. Here, there's been none of that. You see, you can go look at here's the average effects, here's the range of effects. So it's in that sense, very trustworthy set of results. I'll make another comment that comes from yesterday. The notion that, gee, what does it mean that this employee ownership has been raised basically 10% of private sector workers ad infinitum? And here's an area I don't think we've done enough research on, because the person from the banking in the last sector, she said, well, we've been succeeding in getting things going in. And so we've got to put into the equations or the analysis who's going out, and it's got to be done in a more of I would say, demographic way. So we study inflows, outflows, and growth of people in who remain. And we really haven't done that. So I took that as a very useful guide that we should do a study that does that. Okay. Now I want to make a comment about what we might begin to expect as we analyze the new law that we think, well, it isn't the new law yet, but the prospective new law. And if you think about who should get employee ownership, and there's a divergence, some companies will benefit a lot, some will benefit not so much. You'd think the people who have it now are the best beneficiaries. If we're trying to extend the margin, it's likely to be people of lower benefits. If there was a 10% productivity gain, we'd see 2/3 of the companies would jump over, and it would be like this Italy example that was mentioned yesterday. Right now, I'd say we have no evidence that the marginal people who are coming in are worse. It's a theoretical expectation. If the people who benefit the most come in first, as you begin extending the number of people, you'd see a decline. But we have no evidence of that. And that's an interesting, testable kind of thing researchers can look at. Before I came here, I have a neighbor who's a management consultant of sorts, and I said, oh, I'm going to this conference, employee ownership, ESOP, and he says, well, they better not own their own company because that's too risky. Everybody has heard this. And that's one of the places where the research has been incredibly powerful to say, no, they're more likely to have 401k plans, and the people leave with the assets. So that's a case, it's a reasonable expectation that it's going to be more risky. And many economists and business consultants, my neighbor, are very sure that that's going to be the situation, and it's not. So that the research can in this case, it came up with positive results for the employee ownership, but it could have come up with negative. I have two more comments, and then I'll sit down. The one thing that we as researchers lack in this area is a very clear optimizing model for how employee ownership operates. The maximand for a typical firm that we can live with, that all economists live with, is it's maximizing profits. And if it doesn't meet the profit goal, it dies eventually. That's the essential model. For employee ownership, and this came up yesterday in many different ways, you're obviously maximizing something that has not only the profits in it, but the well-being of workers in it. And then the condition of should it survive? Well, imagine a firm that's employee-owned, and the workers are better off, and there are social benefits that flow as well from the way the firm is operating, some externalities, positive externalities. Well, it shouldn't be that firm is operating, the profit maximizing. We're not quite sure how to sort of represent in a very simple way. Okay, no, it's fine. One last comment. Thinking about how one's going to look at this law as it proceeds, assuming it's passed, I'm always deeply concerned about what happens if it adds very few workers. What should we be looking at as a goal to go back to the Congress or the people and say, this succeeded? And I think it'd be very nice to have a research program where we can actually set down a bunch of analyses that says, this is what we expect. I'll tell you my expectation. First, I talked to Dick May, who's sitting here someplace, and I said, what do you expect? Because you're very important in this process and thinking about things. And he said, well, first thing you better remember is if we have 13 million people today in ESOPs, only 3 million are in the non-public, publicly owned. They're in the private ownership things. That's where this is targeted at largely. So we should not be thinking about, will the 13 million grow to 15 million or 14 million in a period of time and say, oh, that's not very much. In fact, we should be thinking of, we're targeting small firms, and then the growth of those firms, which will not be adding as many employees as if one large firm shifts. And he's going to run me out of here, but I have one last sentence, because I thought Jim Bonham's discussion of the 5 things was really very good yesterday. And I told him this. I said, this is really laid out a research agenda for looking at things. And I'll do one more one. He's not raising it. If you had a hook, you see, that's what my expectation would be there will be a bigger increase in the number of employee-owned enterprises than there will be of workers. And that reflects the being small, et cetera. Now I am done.
Okay, so I've been told that I'm introducing the first few fellows, and then Abba will take control of the panel. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Douglas Cruz, who is a distinguished professor at Rutgers and associate director of the Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing. Doug.
Very glad to be here. Joseph told me I had 5 minutes, and I timed myself out at 4 minutes 30 seconds. so I think I'm okay. Although I just spent 10 seconds telling you all that. I've been studying employee ownership for several decades now. When I started, my hair was brown, and now my hair is gray. So the only logical conclusion is that studying employee ownership turns your hair gray. I think that's obvious. I updated a summary, a policy brief for IZA on what we know about employee ownership. Well, what does all the research evidence tell us? It's just an 8-page, pretty reader-friendly thing that anyone is welcome to look at. It has an honest-to-God elevator pitch. They told me, put an elevator pitch up front, labeled elevator pitch. So it's, I think, a pretty reader-friendly thing. Just briefly here, I outlined 4 categories of reasons that we're interested in employee ownership. One is the effects on firms and firm performance. Richard referred to that. Actually, he did note that we would expect, theoretically, we'd expect early adopters to be the ones who would benefit most, and later adopters not to benefit as much. A meta-analysis of over 102 studies found that, over the past several decades, found that if anything, the effects are growing more positive over time, which is really interesting, that we don't see this, this tail off. Second category is worker outcomes, pay, quality of work life, and so forth. Third category of reasons we're interested in employee ownership is for the overall economy, economic stability, and layoffs. Fadon and I have done some work on this, and that's really interesting because there may be some, as Alex Brill was saying yesterday, positive externalities in economist language to greater employment stability, positive benefits for the entire economy. And finally, societal outcomes, in particular, income and wealth distribution, and rebuilding the middle class. That's what we're talking about this morning. I want to just kick off the session on rebuilding the middle class with 3 quick facts, 1 informed prediction, and 1 logical conclusion. The fact number 1 is that inequality has been going up. That's not controversial. I think we all know that from a variety of, it's been going up in a variety of ways. Fact number 2, there's been a shift from labor to capital income. There's a greater share of national income now going to owners of capital than there was several decades ago. Joseph and I found the capital income for the middle quintile of households, the people in the middle, dropped over the past 3 decades. Fact number 3, capital income is distributed more unequally than labor income. The top 20% receives 90% of all capital income. So those are pretty, I think, uncontroversial facts. The informed prediction is that the shift to capital income is likely to continue. That's what Thomas Piketty tells us. Technology is becoming increasingly productive and important in our lives. I think we all recognize how much technology dominates our lives and how anguished we are when our computer's not working. Well, sometimes relieved. It's like, oh, don't have to respond to those emails now. Okay, so that's the 3 facts in informed prediction. The logical conclusion from all that, I think, is to increase the economic well-being of the middle and lower classes. Workers need increased access to capital income through employee ownership, profit sharing, other sharing arrangements. And that was a key motivation for Senator Russell Long, who put ESOPs into the 1974 ERISA law. Get my notes here. And Richard's made a nice argument that who owns the robots rules the world. By robots, he's referring to technology in general. Workers need to own the robots that may be taking their jobs in order to keep economic progress broadly shared and avoid a 2-tiered society. Employee ownership is not going to help economic well-being if it just substitutes for other pay and wealth. But evidence from a variety of sources points toward employee ownership generally coming on top of other pay and wealth, functioning like an efficiency wage. We did a study with the Survey of Consumer Finances by the Federal Reserve and found that it certainly seems to come on top of other pay and wealth. Among the 10.1 million active ESOP participants, average ESOP assets are $180,000. Employees who've been with their employer 10 years or longer have an average of over $300,000 in ESOP wealth. And those large average stakes exist both in publicly traded firms, where workers' ESOPs typically own only 1 to 3% of the shares outstanding, but also in the closely held companies, majority or 100% ESOP owned. If we do see an expansion of employee ownership, does that mean more financial risk for workers? Richard was talking about this. Not necessarily. In fact, risk might even be reduced, and I'm a very risk-averse person myself, so I'm very concerned about this. Excessive financial risk is a danger, but we found even among the most risk-averse of 40,000 employees that we surveyed, 2/3 of them want at least some ownership, profit sharing, or stock options in their pay package. These plans generally come on top of market-level pay and benefits, as we said, so that greatly reduces the risk. Also, the biggest financial risk faced by most workers is job loss. And as Fidan and I and others have found, that there seems to be greater economic stability. Finally, Harry Markowitz, the Nobel Prize winner for portfolio theory, worked with us a bit on this. He explicitly rejects the idea that risk aversion condemns employee ownership. His theory concludes workers can prudently have 10 to 15% of their assets, their own household assets, in employee ownership if the rest of their household wealth portfolio is well diversified. Just some quick thoughts. I think employee ownership can play an important role in rebuilding the middle class, and look forward to hearing what others have to say about this.
Okay, so I'm going to invite Richard and Doug to return back to the audience as we prepare for the panel. And Fidan Kurtulis from the University of Massachusetts at Amherst will give our third and last research presentation. Thank you, Fidan. And then Abba will take control of the panel. It's supposed to be a professor acts confused, so I'm sticking with the image. Fidan.
Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to be here today on this beautiful, sunny Washington, D.C. day. My name is Fidan Kurtulis. I'm a professor of economics at University of Massachusetts Amherst. I'm also the co-director of the UMass Center for Employment Equity. I've been part of this employee ownership scholars group for about a decade now, and it's been a real honor to be a part of it, and I learn new things every time I meet with these wonderful group of scholars. So one thing that, so before I start my comments, I wanted to mention that yesterday's day one meetings at the U.S. Senate were very important. It was a very important interface between scholars, practitioners, and government policymakers. And I was very delighted to hear about the Employee Ownership Investment Act that is being put forward in Congress. I was also very delighted to see representatives from various government agencies, including the Department of Labor, some of the leadership from the Department of Labor was there, and I got to pick their brain about what data they are thinking of collecting beyond the Form 5500 employee ownership in pension plans that pretty much all academic researchers in this area have been using now for decades. We need more employee ownership, nationally representative employee ownership data, and he was very interested in this, and so that was also a very nice outcome of the meetings yesterday in Congress. So I wanted to make a couple of comments about what research has to say about employee ownership and wealth inequality, income inequality. That was what I was asked to talk about today. Based on some of my own research with other co-authors, so an important channel through which employee ownership can strengthen the middle class is by strengthening workers' employment stability during economic downturns. So in some of my work with Doug, we examined employment preservation at employee ownership firms versus firms without employee ownership using the famous Department of Labor Form 5500 data. And we asked whether firms with employee ownership programs exhibit greater employment stability in the face of economic downturns and recessions. And we specifically looked at the Great Recession. And we found that employee ownership firms provided greater employment stability and job preservation to their workers. In particular, when the unemployment rate in the overall economy went up by 1%, firms without employee ownership reduced their employment by 3%, as opposed to firms with ESOPs that reduced their employment by only 1.7%. So that's a big difference. We also found that firms were more likely to survive through economic downturns. And these results are important for a variety of reasons, and sort of highlight the strong positive externalities that employee ownership can have on the overall economy, including, from a broad perspective, reducing unemployment, and thereby reducing the harmful effects on communities, reducing crime, increasing family stability, the sort of improving the tax base. When people get to keep their jobs, all of these positive externalities happen. Also boosting consumer purchasing power. So there's a clear justification for widespread government support to broaden the prevalence of employee ownership in our society, which is why I was very delighted to hear about the new Employee Ownership Investment Act that is going through Congress at the moment. So I wanted to close my remarks with just some good news about new research that we are doing using US Census data. We're going to be working on this for probably the next several years, basically using census data on all firms, all workers, and linking it to various data sets on employee ownership so that we can actually look at longitudinal relationships over time between employee ownership and things like income and wealth inequality. Things like whether the benefits of employee ownership are growing over time, which is something that Doug mentioned. So I wanted to close out on that optimistic and positive research note. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you very much. I'm going to call Veronica Ortiz to the panel and again introduce Abha Bhattarai from the Washington Post. And Abha will now take control of the panel and banish me forever. Okay, thank you, Abha. Really appreciate you joining us.
All right, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us. You know, the pandemic really forced a reckoning among both workers and employers, and since then we've heard a lot about the continued erosion of the middle class, and also about the importance of sort of rethinking the future of work. And I'm really excited to discuss ways that we can tackle these two challenges together. And with that, I'd like to start this morning's conversation. As we get started, I'd like to ask each panelist to introduce themselves and maybe comment on their opening remarks, and we'll go from there. Veronica, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience at Web Industries, which is a 100% employee-owned company in Massachusetts. And for those of us who have never been a part of an employee-owned company, tell us what that's like.
Good morning, everyone. First, let me say I'm really honored to be among you all, and I've learned a lot these past day plus. So thanks for having me. Again, my name is Veronica Ortiz. I'm with Web Industries, headquartered in Marlborough, Massachusetts. There, I actually work in IT as the Business Systems Analyst Manager, and our team basically helps design, test, train, implement software systems, and support the onboarding of new business. So it's a lot of fun. It's hard work, a lot of fun. Again, the Web Industries is a precision contractor and, precision converting and contract manufacturing company. We actually started or were founded in 1969 in a small East Boston warehouse and have grown now to 9 sites in 3 countries. And I'm really proud to be part of Web, and we'll talk more as the day goes. Thank you.
Perfect. Steve Smith, I'd like to turn to you. We have 2 Steves on this panel. So Steve is president and CEO of Amstead Industries Incorporated, which is also 100% employee owned. Can you tell us a bit about yourself and the company, and we'll go from there.
And thank you first to the Aspen Institute and to Rutgers and Joseph Blasi for the opportunity to be here and talk about one of my favorite subjects, how employee ownership can work in a rather large corporation over 35 years now. So Amstead Industries has been around since 1902. One of our businesses dates back to the 1870s, actually. We're in 4 businesses. We're in the supply of rail parts, and then the supply of truck parts, and the supply of automobile parts, and then also cooling systems as well. We're $4.5 billion of revenues now, 65 plants around the world, headquartered in Chicago. I am proud to say, since we became an ESOP in 1985, went 100% in 1998, so this is a 38-year test run here, which seems to be working out pretty well. I'm proud to say we've created over 2,500 millionaires during that time, many people working on the floor. If someone starts at a very modest level of $50,000 a year annual income, by the time they stick around for 27, 28 years, they will be a millionaire. If they start at 100,000, they could be several times over a millionaire. I used to be embarrassed to say that, but with life expectancies what they are and people retiring at 60 or 65, many will live into their 90s, right? That's sort of the sum you need to have a comfortable retirement, and studies have shown, in fact, that 90% of ESOP participants feel secure about their retirements, and that's the reason why. One of my favorite stories I have to let in is at our Baltimore air coil business. One day we had just announced our quarterly stock price, as we always do, and one of the workers, his supervisor, came up, and the worker on the assembly line was just beaming. He was happy as could be, and he says to his supervisor, "Joe, I'm really happy today." And the supervisor says, I can see that, but why? And he says, "Today I'm a millionaire." And it's stories like that that absolutely keep you going and make it work. People talked about it's a competitive advantage. People talked about the Great Resignation. We had 50 people who started in a cohort of our up-and-coming leaders around the world that we brought together at University of Chicago Business School for 3 years of training during COVID. They came in quarterly. So these are obviously key people that are building our future. We didn't lose any of those people during the supposed Great Resignation because they are engaged. It's a competitive advantage that our employees are engaged because they own the company. It makes a difference. But it also affects how management behaves as well, too, because ESOPs are structured as a trust from a legal standpoint, but it's more than just a legal relationship. It is a relationship with your employees, and it affects how management views risk. And you don't do things for your ego, you do them for your family that's scattered around you. So it's a powerful structure, and I'm proud and always glad to talk about it. So thank you.
Tomas Duran is president of Concerned Capital. Tomas, tell us a bit more about yourself, about Concerned Capital, and how it fits into the larger picture here.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. Morning. It's great to see you. I'm real excited to share our story and our approach. It's kind of hard to follow Stephen. I mean, from the heights of creating millionaires to where we operate is really in the grassroots. We use employee ownership to fight gentrification. We use employee ownership to create the shortest path to the middle class in the Southern California area. I'm an urban planner by training, And what I've done is look at systems and how they interact with each other and found that we have this enormous concentration of manufacturing in Southern California, but it's job shops. There's 8,500 job shops in the supply chain in Southern California. Almost 90% of them are owned by people who are past retirement. But more importantly, they're people who are relying on the sale of that business to fund their retirement. And they've been through 3 major economic events that have impacted how they look at the world. And so when we come into this space and we talk with the workers and we talk with the people about employee ownership and that path forward or that exit for the owner, it's a real complicated space, but it ends up being something that's a viable option for those retiring owners, but moreover puts those employees in the driver's seat, and it energizes those companies in a way that it's really hard to do beyond that. And the last thing I'll mention is that we love employee ownership because it's the fastest way to sidestep the institutional racism and barriers that keep entrepreneurs of color from starting their own businesses. If the path to wealth in this country is business ownership and home ownership, but it's continually blocked by things that have been institutionalized, whether on purpose or not, it's a real nice way to sidestep that. When you go into a bank and you're the owner of the company and you're trading on that company's track record, you are asking for debt based on how that company is performing, not necessarily who you are as a person. And that's been a really good way for us to sidestep a lot of those things and shortcut that process.
And Steve Storkin, you are Executive Director of the Employee Ownership Expansion Network and have been involved with ESOPs for more than 25 years. Tell us a bit about yourself and what ESOPs can do to strengthen the middle class and forge these connections.
Well, thank you very much. Hard to follow these 3 with getting applause and all the great things, but I'll do my best. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate the Aspen Institute, Rutgers, and everybody involved. I thought yesterday was a great day. For those of you that were not there yesterday, one of the speakers that resonated with me the most was David Hincapie, who runs the Small Business Administration District Office here. And he stopped and he said to us, imagine something. Imagine if 2/3 of your city or 2/3 of your state or your county, think of your region, if 2/3 of that place had worker owners, what would that community look like? What would our society feel like? What would change? Well, that's why I get up every day. That's why the people that work with me get up every day. EOX is a national nonprofit that creates, sustains, and helps a network of state centers for employee ownership. We are the boots in the ground in a state that tell everybody about employee ownership. I say whether we can get an audience of 5 or 5,000, whoever has an audience, we will go and we will speak. We're going to talk more about how that works and how we do that in a little bit, but this was started inside of the National Center for Employee Ownership. In around 2014 or 15, we became an official nonprofit organization in 2019. At that time, there were 8 state centers for employee ownership. There are now 21 state centers for employee ownership. And the staff of those, like I said, are the boots in the ground, helping business owners, their advisors, community leaders, again, anybody and everybody that we can, to tell them, to help them imagine what it would look like. Because we also heard yesterday, Jim Bonham and others had all of these, the 5 things that are barriers to entry. And we talked a lot about all of them except for one that kept coming up, which was awareness and knowledge and education. And that's what I'm passionate about. So I'm happy to be here and happy to share some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Smith, often in these conversations about employee ownership, we tend to think about the outcomes for businesses as separate from the outcomes for workers. But obviously those things are very connected. And I was wondering if you could talk a bit about how those 2 pieces come together at Amstead in terms of worker success, business success, and also overall culture.
Well, as I said, it is a competitive advantage that your employees own the company. They are engaged at a level, and they are benefiting from the fruits not only of their labor, but the capital as well. And it just brings an attitude that therefore, when we're dealing with customers, they sense it. They understand that they're dealing with an owner. They're not dealing with just someone doing a job. And so it propels the company, and the attitude of your worker and the satisfaction level of your workers makes you a better company. And then being a better company is a very productive loop there. It makes the workers happier too as well. So the two come together very naturally for us, actually.
And you touched on this a little bit earlier, but can you talk a bit more about how this played out during the pandemic and the period that we now know as the Great Resignation? What did things look like internally for your company then?
You know, I have to say, it really proved itself during the pandemic. We're in critical industries. We didn't get to sit at home. We had people having to work from day one on the line, and we had to do it in very different ways. We had to really alter the layout of our factories and do a lot of things to keep people safe, but there would not have been trains running in the United States, or trucks running, or cars being built, or buildings being cooled, were we still not working. And our people stepped up without fear, with courage, and I always felt that we couldn't have a two-class system either. We talk about divides in our society right now. We weren't going to have a world where the office workers were hiding at home and everyone else was laying it out on the line all the time. And the attitude throughout the company of stepping up and staying engaged, doing so in a safe manner, but staying engaged, it really played out during the pandemic. And frankly, we're a better company for it. Our people learned that they can adapt to any set of circumstances. And as an owner, that's what you do. And it was just reflected throughout the company. So it was a powerful test of our structure. I'm glad to say we were highly successful, and we're a better company for it now.
Fantastic. Tomas, I'd like to dive in a little bit more into Concerned Capital's approach. And tell us about what stage you start working with businesses. How does this all work in practice? And can you give us some examples of what this transition to employee ownership looks like on the ground?
Sure. I love talking about myself. So I mentioned earlier, we kind of come in at that grassroots. It's when these little job shops, they're at 49 because Obamacare kicks them, at 50, kicks them into Obamacare, gets more expensive to operate. But at 49, they can grow and operate and have a nice operation level of operation. But at some point, there's a life event. That's when we usually get called. My business partner, Bruce Daub, and I have been working with manufacturers in this space in Southern California for 30 some odd years. And usually we get called by a banker or an accountant or one of the local economic development groups saying, hey, this person had a life event. This place is in danger of closing. So it's a sudden and severe event that triggers us coming in and going, okay, let's figure out how to keep this ongoing concern still moving forward, capture that goodwill in those jobs, and maintain that ability or maintain that capacity for the local supply chain. So we'll come in early and figure out what that path forward is. The goal is always 100% ownership of these businesses. But if we need to save the job by doing a transition or creating a ownership model that creates a path to ownership for everybody, but maybe concentrated in a few people at first, or creates a profit share, or creates a shared governance model so that the employees feel that they own it and want to stick around, that's how it always starts. And then we create the space to develop that culture of ownership that allows for co-ops or ESOPs to come in, but with the time that they need to be implemented well. And I think that's the key part of it. It's being ready and being able to access tools like layoff aversion, be able to access different programs that are out there to support these businesses to get them past that rough time, because that life event has triggered a crisis in that business.
And so when you are coming in during a crisis, what are some of the biggest obstacles and challenges that you guys face? And where are the opportunities? How can you sort of transition from one to the next?
Lawyers. You know, a lot of times what happens if the owner doesn't have a succession plan, it triggers to a trust. And then you have a lawyer who's managing the trust, making decisions about the business. And oftentimes, because they're risk averse, the easiest thing for them to do is shut the business down. And so you have a very small window of time to demonstrate to the family and to the owner and in that space, hey, there's another option here. And realistically, when you have someone who's near retirement age, they're kind of absentee owners already anyway. and so the company can run itself. So we come in and just kind of help package that idea in a different way, because most of the time when you're telling an owner that you want to sell the business to their employees, the first thought is, there's no way, those are workers. They can't do what I do. They don't understand payroll. They don't understand, what it's like to have to carry insurance. They don't understand time, wage and hour lawsuits. But it's getting past those initial things that kind of create the space for something like this to work.
Perfect. Steve Storkin, talk to us a bit more about these state centers and why that local approach is important here. Is this a model that works for everybody? How do you fit this to the companies that you're working with?
Yeah, so I think, piggyback off what you said, employee ownership has been around since, ESOPs have been around since 1974, and we heard from Joseph yesterday that employee ownership has been around since, George Washington's days. But with ESOPs and employee ownership, and specifically ESOPs have been sold, and I'll use the word sold because I used to be a practitioner. I never thought I was selling a product. And I know you don't feel like you're selling a product. But what I've learned as I've switched over to this nonprofit side, the business owners look at us as selling a product. And so the state center's role is to be a safe place for a business owner, a community leader, an advisor that doesn't want to look dumb because they don't know what you're talking about. It's a safe place to learn about employee ownership. And we're agnostic on what types of employee ownership, worker co-ops, employee ownership trusts, ESOPs. But it's a place for them to come with unbiased advice and to learn and to not feel like they're being sold the product. And we've seen that work. The more we create these centers, the more we do the storytelling, the less they feel that they're being sold the product, because it is too good to be true. I'm a business owner, I've never heard about this. How could I never hear about this? Of course this isn't true. And so that's the main purpose of a state center, is to be that safe place to share that information. We do that through storytelling. The number one way that we can do that is to not bring someone like me who has all of this knowledge about ESOPs and pretend like I'm speaking at their level or making it as easy to hear as possible. What I need to do is I need to bring Steve. I need to bring Veronica to the room and tell their story. And when I have a business owner in front of a group or one-on-one and tell their story, they now listen. And we are now in the room where it is going to happen, according to the Hamilton song. We just want to be in the room where it happened. We know it's not best for everybody, but right now we're not even outside of the building. We might not even be within 3 blocks. Mm-hmm. We just want to be in the room that it happens. And so that's what the state centers are doing with a very limited staff right now, very limited capacity, but they're trying across the country to tell that story.
Perfect. And that's a great transition to Veronica. Veronica, can you tell us, in terms of culture and just being involved in day-to-day decision-making, what does that look like for you? And I'm also interested in what working for an employee-owned company means for you and your coworkers, co-owners, in terms of both your work life and your personal life.
Thank you. Well, at Webb, really the leadership insists, requires engagement from all employees, and we're actually all employee owners, and we're happy to do so. So, and we do so in practical ways, right? We do things like book clubs, where we learn together and share ideas together and collaborate. And then we actually had one particular book club that turned into an implemented program. That book was Ideas Are Free. We read it as an organization. It's by, I'm going to remember, Alan Robinson and Dean Schroeder. And this was actually an amazing catalyst to really promoting continuous improvement throughout Webb Industries. It engages everyone at all levels in small teams. The investment in time is very small. The teams are actually given the gift of being empowered to make the change if the team agrees on it, and a budget to do so as well. So that's something that really has facilitated a lot of positive change at Webb, and certainly a lot of buy-in from all our employee owners overall. Throughout the years, we've also done a lot of brainstorming, again, involving everyone at every level at the company on how to achieve the company's objectives for the year. It's a really powerful tool when you gather everyone from the operator on the floor to your plant manager, and sometimes also the C-suite participates in this as well, where you're really together figuring out how you're going to be involved in increasing 50% profits by 50%. You know, it's really something that I don't think your regular company would do, and something our employee owners truly appreciate. So working at Web, that definitely impacts the kind of culture we have. It's very much a family. I know you hear that over and over again from a lot of employee-owned companies. Most of us are just happy to go to work, happy to work together, and happy to grow the company. And it really has a monetary impact as well. So we've seen over the last 12 years a steady increase in stock value of about 14 to 15%. And that includes a significant dip that occurred back in 2020, as you can imagine, when COVID hit us. And we serve, one of the industries we serve is the aerospace industry, so you can imagine that the aircraft companies were not purchasing parts to make new airplanes. Our employee owners actually really came to task, and we had people come from all of our sites, including our European sites, to assist in what was a pivot in business. So instead of serving the aerospace business, we concentrated on the medical market. We expanded one of our sites in Massachusetts, actually, to make lateral fluidic immunoassay devices, or strip tests, in other words, like you would use for diabetes, but now we're making COVID tests. Right, and this effort, this all hands on deck effort, we had the CEO, the CFO, an operator, customer service, all in one line packing COVID tests to be shipped out. And it's one of those milestones within the company, and we knew that we were helping the company survive, our company survive, and really the plans for our wealth in retirement.
Fabulous. Steve Storkin, state centers are poised to grow, especially with the recently passed Work Act. I was wondering if you could offer your final reflections on where that work is headed and sort of what the future looks like.
Looking for me?
Yes.
Which Steve? We got Steve S., right? All right. Well, before I get there, I do want to say I had the pleasure of visiting Web Industries with Congressman Courtney. And one thing I never thought of is as we all opened those COVID tests over and over and over again, every single time we had a sniffle, every single piece that was in that COVID test came from a different manufacturer. And here at Web Industries, there were 6 lines in a clean room, and each one of those pieces was put into that box by an employee owner. That blew my mind that we're opening these things thinking, it's just, excuse me, I don't know. I didn't know what I thought, but I had no idea. So every time I opened it, I thought of Web Industries. But as far as, and so it was just great to see that an aerospace company is now, the pivot, that doesn't happen. And that's employee ownership at work. As far as the Work Act goes, for those of you that don't know, the Work Act was passed in December of 2022 as part of the Omnibus Spending Bill. And it authorized $50 million for the spending on education and outreach at the state level, specifically on employee ownership. Offers technical assistance, grants, other things that will be housed in the Department of Labor. And so starting in 2025, that $50 million will be passed on to the states through a grant-making process. Now, $50 million, when I first started to hear that and I heard that it got passed, we definitely celebrated, because what else could help a state center? What else could help many of our partners in this room who do outreach and education with us? And then I started to look at the numbers. And the numbers show that if every state were to try to access the maximum grant on year number 1 of $300,000, that gives us 13 states that have the ability to receive federal dollars to do this outreach and education. And if we all try to play nice and share, the 21 state centers so far and the other partners across the country, we will be able to do a little bit. So we are part of a movement. We are part of a movement that's going to change the way business is done. I sometimes wonder whether or not the movement is here only and people are not hearing us, but we're going to take those dollars and try to increase that movement. But what we really need help with is increased capacity at all levels. We hope that these conversations that we're having with the state governments about housing state centers, getting some state buy-in, maybe a state center or office for employee ownership inside a state, that will help create these conversations to say there is more funding that needs to be needed. We're seeing a lot of impact investing. We heard a lot about impact investing yesterday. I'm so excited about the EIA bill, all the things that Jack and the ESOP Association and others are doing to bring capital to the table. And we're seeing a lot of capital come. But are we going to be able to fund the pipeline and the activity that's needed for people to invest in these into these companies? Because of COVID, we're seeing business owners coming out of the woodwork saying, I don't ever want to go through that again. My wife said to me, I saw a business owner who said, my wife said to me, you're an absentee owner, but you're really not an absentee owner, and you will sell the business. We need to retire. And he was happy that he found employee ownership. And so all of that being said, we're trying to come together to get that capacity so that we can have the outreach and education. And I'm super excited at where it's going, but I'm just a little bit hopeful also that we can bring more people to the table, because right now I think the table is too small.
Perfect. Veronica, we were talking before the panel about how you've been at Web Industries for 19 years and how that's a rarity these days. A lot of younger workers move around a lot more often than that. And I'm wondering if you could talk to us about, as we look to younger workers as the next generation of employee owners, what are some of the things we need to be considering and need to be talking about?
Thanks, Saba. We definitely have a workforce at Web where we have many people with longevity, right? We tend not to want to leave. But the newer generation coming in may not see it the same way. And so we've definitely had to think of ways to make Web a compelling place to be. Certainly, culture is one of those, through doing things like engaging them in day-to-day decisions and empowering them to make changes to make their work life better. But also, there's more tangible things that are needed, right? And an ESOP certificate that isn't, although it's awesome to look at, I appreciate mine every year, it's not something they can always relate to when it's 40 years out, right? So what can I get sooner? So certainly we heard some talk about profit sharing. Web does that as well, and that's definitely a helpful tool, I think, for that, creating that compelling environment to retain younger employee owners. But we had to also turn to education. And not just educating about ESOP and, hey, here's an employee who's been here 10 years, look at what their certificate, of course, without names and such, what their certificate looks like and how much you could be earning if you were to stay here for this amount of time. But also incentivize with education. We have some people entering that maybe have some college or maybe couldn't afford to pursue a master's and always wanted to. And so, yes, a lot of companies offer tuition reimbursement, but can we do it a little bit better than most companies do? So Web's Education Assistance Program actually prepays tuition, fees, and books 100% for every employee who has an approved curriculum at a college. Of course, there are some limitations, like we won't pay for Yale or Harvard. The monetary assistance is basically limited to an state university tuition, which is great. We have UMass in our backyard if we're in Massachusetts, which is an awesome institution, and there are many great state institutions. So that's definitely, those are definitely some of the ways that we're working on holding on to our younger workforce, and so far we're having a pretty good track record.
Tomas, excuse me. There's been an increase in community development financial institutions that are working with employee-owned companies. How important are these partnerships, and how do you at Concerned Capital help forge these connections?
Oh, they're super duper important, to use a technical term. But Concerned Capital is small. It's small and scrappy. In order to have impact, we need to have mission-aligned partners that can help us amplify what we're doing. And so we look around and find people who are going in the same direction but may not have the desired outcome that we have, and we kind of ride with them along as long as we can to get that desired outcome. One of those was actually the Aspen Foundation, the Aspen Institute, and that's why I became a job quality fellow. So doing those things and connecting allows us to amplify that impact. We're actually doing a program right now that's funded by JP Morgan in conjunction with Common Future and the Urban Manufacturing Alliance called Tools for Equitable Acquisition and Manufacturing, TEAM. And what it does is train CDFIs and how to identify potential businesses that are already the borrowers, that are ready for a transition in ownership, how to use the technical assistance funding that they have from the federal government to provide the programming for the employees that want to buy the business, but also to connect to exit planners to help that owner really make that decision to leave the business, right? And so by working with those CDFIs who are already positioned in local economies, who care about the local living economy and wanting to recirculate those dollars there, it's a perfect match for that. And before I let go of the floor, I want to mention one thing. Cybersecurity. A few years ago, I worked at the University of Southern California and their Center for Economic Development on a DoD-funded program to strengthen the competitiveness of the defense supply chain in Southern California. Cybersecurity is the biggest issue. It's one of the reasons why people are selling their businesses. They don't want to invest, or they don't have the money to invest to create new processes, to create new policies, to buy new servers, right? So it creates it's a real threat. CDFIs are there to help bridge that and in terms of the monetary, but there needs to be someone who can help them understand or has a desire to learn that new trick, which is oftentimes the employees. Now, I'm bringing this up here because it's not too far in the future that business insurance premiums are going to be based on how cybersecure you are. The ability to get federal contracts or be in the defense supply chain will depend on whether or not you're compliant with the federal government cybersecurity. Now, it's going to hit defense first, but it's going to go to the hospitals and everybody else later. I'm bringing this up again because happy employees are more careful about how they do things. And the number one breach in cybersecurity, the number one problem is employee error. It's someone picking something up, someone leaving something open. It's doing things that can be totally avoided, but that happy employees or more content or more involved employees, owners, would be a little more careful about because they don't want their own company to go open to that risk. So as we start talking about public policy, we start talking about how different ways to encourage this, understand that cybersecurity is going to be huge. Employee ownership can be the thing that gives that company a competitive advantage, but also not only in federal contracts, but in the defense supply chain and other supply chains.
Perfect. And one final question before we open this up to the audience. But Steve Smith, I'm wondering, we've discussed already, employee ownership has a lot of bipartisan support, which can be very rare these days. I'm wondering if you can walk us through that. Why does it have this bipartisan support, and where should the conversation go from here?
It does have great bipartisan support. I'm always pleased that I see that on both sides of the aisle. Chuck Schumer has always said, how come there's not more of these, For the Republicans, it's the ownership society, and for the Democrats, it's almost socialism, right, in a certain sense. So, and I always say to members of Congress, you don't get credit often, but this is something that you did quite a while back, and it's worked really well, and it's proven itself, and it needs to stay strong. I appreciate all the comments from my panelists, though. People who are thinking about what to do in the transition of their business next often don't even think about this structure. And so what you're doing, Steve, I think is so crucial to make sure that there's broader awareness out there. And there also are impediments. The lawyers Tomas mentioned, and I'm a lawyer by training, I have to admit. But it's complicated sometimes, and people can come and say, I can get you a sale right now. It's easy. You'll get your cash right away. It's a little more complicated. And the Department of Labor, their job under ERISA is to protect retirement plans, and ESOPs are a retirement plan. But that's another layer of complication people have to complicate. There were deals done right before the 2008 crash, which were then reviewed after that crash. And under that prism, sometimes those could be challenged. And so someone considering whether or not to do an ESOP that's something they had to consider, that there were those kinds of complications. And finally, right now, maybe something that hasn't been talked about at this conference is the OECD. Some of you are aware of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, and Pillar 2 would impose a 15% minimum tax on companies worldwide at the entity level. Well, the one thing that Congress did so well was provide a very beneficial tax structure that helps these ESOPs survive in the United States. And if that, under OECD, if those companies then became subject to that 15% tax, that would be very bad for ESOPs going forward. I think Department of Treasury is aware of this. I know ESCA is working with them on that issue, and that's an issue that over time we want to make sure gets resolved appropriately with the OECD as well too. So all those things come together, but it's been an incredibly successful model. And I'll add on cybersecurity too. You're exactly right, Tomas. We have 20 people who full-time just spend 24/7 doing nothing more than monitoring our company. There are state actors out there right now. We were in Russia before the war began. We do a lot in China, and there are state actors out there right now who are often attacking, and you need to have robust, and we spend millions of dollars on that, just having robust defense. It's a crucial competitive consideration. So thank you.
Thank you. And if you have a question in the audience, please raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. I see some over here.
Don't need a microphone. Yeah, this one here. Okay. I visited 592 companies in my career in the ESOP world. I will tell you, I send tribute to the Aspen people and to the Rutgers people for having Amstead and Webb Industries. You can imagine, 592 companies, some were wonderful, some were average, some were great disappointments. I also understand why so many members of Congress, no matter what their politics are on the big picture, are impressed when they're around ESOP employees. I thank Aspen, I thank Rutgers for having Amstead and Webb speaking to this group today. Thank you.
All right.
Thing that I think comes up a lot that we don't know the answer to when we try and figure out why there's not more employee ownership and what the barriers are, or whether we have a challenge with our product, complexity, cost, lawyers, regulation, litigation, Department of Labor, all of the lack of capital to make substantially all cash transactions, or whether our problem is a marketing problem, awareness, knowledge of the idea of an ESOP and what and how to accomplish it. And thirdly, of course, misinformation, which is incorrect knowledge about what ESOPs do and don't do. I'm wondering whether there is and how can we have some research into the marketplace to figure out whether our core issues are quote unquote product issues or marketing issues. I've tended to believe with my own experience that it is much more of a marketing problem. It's much more of an awareness issue because I have not had in my experience of going out and talking to the world about ESOPs and trying to accomplish them, I haven't found that things don't happen because people say, well, there's too much litigation or it's too complicated. Now, I talked to the selected group of people who are aware and have become interested, but I'd love to hear comments and ultimately to see some real research about how business owners make decisions and whether ESOPs are part of the considered set and why they don't choose an ESOP if it is part of the considered set.
I can address what we're seeing just in the 4.5 years that we've been out there doing this, and there are other state centers that have been around for a really long time that say kind of the same thing. We would agree that it's awareness and knowledge, and that if someone comes to us and they are ready to exit their company or change the ownership, that they're not coming and saying, and then leaving and saying, well, that was just too much, that was just too complex. If they come in the door, Unfortunately, right now, most of them that are coming in the door are not ready to exit. They're simply saying, I now have to exit. I got to start thinking about this. I should have done this a long time ago. But if they come in the door and they're starting to get the information, they may not take the employee ownership route because there are other things that happen, but it's not because of the complexity or the misinformation. I would love to see whether or not, from a study standpoint, that proves that, but there are no statistics. We want to make sure, and we're starting to get baseline data with the people that come through the doors. If they don't go employee ownership, why? And so we're starting that. I'd love to have some help on the research side. We're doing it anecdotally, but I think that's a key stat that we have to find out.
Hello, I'm Mary Ann Beister. Thank you all for being here. Tomas, I'm very excited about hearing your efforts with CDFIs. If I understand correctly, we have about 1,000 CDFIs serving rural and urban communities across the United States. I've had the honor of supporting several of them that have recognized employee ownership and cooperatives as part of their mission. I'd like you to comment on how many CDFIs understand and offer support to employee-owned and cooperatives. And through your training, how many are you trying to reach? Two other questions is how can we help spread the word? And what research opportunities do you think there might be?
Well, thank you for asking the questions. I mean, I'm a big fan of my own voice, so anytime I get to talk a little bit more about it. Look, I think we have a challenge in the CDFI space right now because there are some that are very oriented towards profit and towards and growing and growth. And they're directing or directing their efforts towards partnering with private equity and venture capital to move things forward. And employee ownership doesn't fit in those spaces. When you have the core of the CDFIs, which I want to believe is more of them, but it's becoming farther and fewer in between and more competitive to raise money, so it's a challenge. But there are some really core CDFIs that are good and who are focused on doing that type of work. I think the opportunity for us is to tell this story in a way that makes it compelling to all the CDFIs, that this is a way to not only increase the number of borrowers that they have available to them, but also can help them raise capital that's concerned about this kind of issue from mission-aligned capital sources, as well as how they can make an impact that's part of their charter, right? I think the increased attention on it at the federal level, especially from the Department of Treasury and from the different parts of the government, are also influencing those kinds of things. But it's messaging, and we just got to keep at it because again, CDFIs. I think a lot of times in terms of time, right? When I'm trying to make that case to somebody, it's like, what time frame are you thinking, right? A CDFI might be thinking quarterly in terms of what are my numbers, what bonus am I getting, or what do I have to do in this quarter to figure this out? So how do I make that easier for them to hit those quarterly numbers? How do we package this in a way that makes it more compelling to them? Whereas the owners that I'm talking to are usually thinking about the next payroll cycle. They're thinking about the next, if they're in the strategic planning of, longer, it might be the next quarter. But understanding what the different audiences' timeframes are has been the most helpful thing for us to get the CDFIs. We've trained 4 right now. That's part of the first cohort. We'd love to open it up and do additional training for it now that we've developed the curriculum and the programming. We're working with, like I said, Common Future and UMA on spreading that out across the country. The initial 4 are CDC Small Business Finance, CRF USA up in Minneapolis, PCR in Los Angeles, and Mountain BizWorks in Asheville, North Carolina. So we're trying to hit all over and move it forward.
And I just real quick, I think the State Small Business Credit Initiative, which the funding for State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI 2.0, is a huge opportunity. The state centers are working. I can't wait to talk to you more about your program. We're trying to do the same thing. But the dollars that have come into CDFIs from all the different programs, but specifically SSBCI that says employee ownership is an authorized use, we have a huge opportunity. So far, no one's taken us up on it. Like you said, they're too busy. It's just not in their wheelhouse right now, and we got to change that.
Great. We have time for one last question in the back.
My question is for Veronica. successful employee-owned companies that last any amount of time, create their ownership culture, ultimately face a key challenge of leadership transition. Whether it's the founder leaves or a longtime CEO leaves, Web Industries recently went through that process. Can you speak to that, how you dealt with it from an internal employee perspective and a general sense of how it went?
Thank you for that question. That is definitely a challenging time. You are not mistaken there, and it's difficult for those of us who aren't necessarily on a C-level role to affect that change, to indoctrinate, if you will, the new C-level folks into the culture of web. But thankfully, because we have those relationships, and I think Jen Briggs mentioned yesterday that the culture happens when you have, and I'm paraphrasing, but this connection, right, the connection of people, that we are very comfortable with the C-level suite, right? We can have challenging conversations and have. And, you know, they may not be able to give us a response right away. They're not going to go, you know, reprimand someone for not fitting into the web culture right away. But they will work through sort of training them and indoctrinating them into that culture. So I talked a little bit before about book clubs, right, and just implementing systems to aid in growing that culture. That happens on a leadership level as well. There's a lot of training. There is recognition that we had some gaps in really living that culture on a leadership level. And so our leadership team is working with the Brown Center and going through the advantage. And really in an effort to remove politics out of their management style and really, again, embrace the culture that web has had for many years now. And so far, and also I should say, there is along with that training that happens on leadership level and on all levels, there's like a heightened social sensitivity training, if you will, so that we learn to work well with one another, regardless of roles and titles. Thank you.
I'll just add, you know, CEO succession is something that's near and dear to my heart too, and there's a strong bias towards an internal successor, if at all possible. And I have an entirely independent board, which not all ESOP companies do. But you know, I work with them assiduously to make sure they understand how important the culture is to our success. And so they will understand when dealing with the successorship issue that that has to be a paramount consideration as well.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all for a fascinating conversation and for joining us this morning.
Take a 5-minute
welcome back, everyone. We have a fantastic next panel, too. So that first conversation was terrific, and I am delighted that it's already got everybody buzzing. But this next conversation is also really going to be fabulous, and so I'm going to try again, doing my best here. I don't know how loud this microphone is. Is this loud? This is not loud. I don't know. Let's see. Yes? What's that? Now is it? Okay. All right. I'm getting audio visual assist here. Are we good?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin again. If you could please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin again. If you could all please take your seats.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, wonderful. So we are going to have our next panel, Ownership by Equity. This next conversation on race and gender equity and employee ownership highlights why so many of us care so deeply about employee ownership and want to see it succeed. Because there's enormous potential in employee ownership to help create an inclusive economy that works for all. And I just want to give a shout out to a couple of things. One, we did a roundtable that resulted in a paper on this topic a few years ago that we did in collaboration with Democracy at Work Institute and the Rutgers Institute. And I also really want to recognize the sort of foundational research that Jean Wartford and the Kellogg Foundation supported to really highlight this issue and investigate how employee ownership can really advance racial equity. So just a couple plugs there. And our panelists and speakers, of course, will highlight this. And we have a remarkable set of speakers for this important topic. Now I have to skip over a couple of things. Just to say, to get to, again, what we're going to do here is have two opening Institute fellows to give some brief remarks about their perspective on this topic, and then I'll come back and invite the panelists to the stage. But our first speaker is Melissa Hoover. Melissa is the founder and co-executive director of the Democracy at Work Institute. She's been an inspirational, this is true, an incredible leader in this work, helping to expand worker ownership as a strategy for people locked out of good jobs. She advises nonprofits, investors, foundations, and policymakers on effective interventions to support employee ownership as a tool for racial and social equity, and helped start and grow the U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives. So Melissa, delighted to welcome you.
Hi, good morning. So I'm going to start with maybe an obvious statement, which is that the questions we ask shape how we do the work in the field, and in fact, how we can do the work in the field. So we know employee ownership is good for companies. We know it's good for workers. There are clear impacts on job quality, asset ownership. We have data, we have stories. And as we heard yesterday from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, we know that story is compelling. I don't know how you argue against ESOPs. It just makes sense. It can fulfill any talking points. Those are powerful statements from an elected official. But something else is happening in recent years. And I want to start by mentioning three critical and very recent interventions in the field that position employee ownership as a lever to increase race and gender equity. So the first is a 2017 study by Dr. Nancy Wiefek at the National Center for Employee Ownership. She's here, and I would encourage you to follow up with her about this research. She's in the back. Hi, Nancy. So this is the first study of its kind. It compares thousands of young employee owners of color in ESOPs to non-employee owners in 1997 and following them to 2013. And she found employee owners of color in this data have 30% higher income from wages, 79% greater net household wealth, 36% longer median tenure in their current job over non-employee owners of color. It was a longitudinal study, really groundbreaking, followed 2 years later by the Rutgers study on how people of color, especially women, do in ESOPs. is a multi-year mixed method study with participation from scholars across the country. Found that median, there were a bunch of findings from this, but one that stood out to me was the median ESOP account value was nearly 10 times the savings of the average American household. And these are low and modest wage workers. So both of those projects were funded by the Kellogg Foundation, who we'll hear from later today on the panel. And as far as I know, that was the first funder intervention in the space to fund foundational research about racial equity and gender equity. And then, as Maureen mentioned, in 2021, the Aspen report on race and gender wealth equity and the role of employee share ownership came out and furthered the conversation. The same year that essentially the pandemic continued making our case for us. So these studies have profound findings, but from my view, maybe the most profound thing here was even asking the question. It opened up all sorts of new possibilities. The first step is knowing that there are equity effects from employee ownership. Measuring impacts helps us make the case. It helps inform policy and advocacy and funding. But the next step is to design for equity, to intentionally amplify these known equity effects. So how does research help us do that from a practitioner perspective? I'll briefly use the Legacy Fund at APIS and Heritage Capital as a case study to show 3 design elements. It's just one of the many exciting experiments out there now, so I'd encourage you to follow up with some of the others too. But looking at the Legacy Fund, so first, an equity lens helps us allocate resources intentionally. A&H raised $58 million from investors, all of whom explicitly wanted to invest in racial equity for low-wage workers. It's also the screen for the companies the Legacy Fund invests in. They transition companies in essential industries with majority workforces of color and low-wage workers. So there's an allocation component. Secondly, a racial equity lens helps us design supports at the company level that are culturally competent and meet workers' needs. So I want to mention here the Employee Ownership Online Education Program, also funded by the Kellogg Foundation, a set of videos. And you'll see why this is particularly relevant for our work in a minute. We work with companies where workers are bilingual, where many of them, well, a decent percentage may not read very well. And so the traditional kind of written materials are not relevant for them and not accessible. So we do popular education, we do videos in building employee ownership culture. A couple other design supports at the company level. We look at benefits for people whose lives are balancing multiple other priorities: childcare, elder care, transit access. There's an intentional lens that needs to take place to sort of design benefits for people balancing those priorities. In some of the companies, and this isn't even the good companies that the Legacy Fund invests in, trust is sometimes in short supply for workers who have run into glass ceilings, who face discrimination on the job and throughout their lives, who've had their career pathways cut off. So we can't automatically assume trust and buy-in to the ESOP. And sort of relatedly, agency, right? Worker engagement, education, and voice is more than showing people the material reward of their work and then sort of expecting that to generate more work, right? There's a component sort of rewiring the fundamentals of the traditional command and control workplace structure. So there's deep work to be done in shifting the culture in Legacy Fund companies with a racial equity lens. The third element of a design for racial equity is to build an ecosystem of support. So we're identifying the supports that are needed and are even available to these companies. We know several organizations in the field have identified MWBE programs that need to be reconsidered to account for employee ownership and other shared ownership forms. In the Legacy Fund's case, both of our companies bid public sector contracts. And there's a procurement preference question. There's a question about employee ownership and the ESG guidelines that might open up all kinds of opportunities for companies. Those are ecosystem questions. That's just a brief kind of sketch of the way we think about race and gender equity at the company level and the broader level. I'll just wrap up. So do ESOPs work? Why aren't there more ESOPs? We had to ask these basic questions early in the building of the field, and we still need to, as we've talked about several times, and we need to refine them and keep asking them. And now we can ask even deeper questions. What are the impacts of ESOPs for workers? What are the impacts for workers of color, for women and low-wage workers? What supports are needed to realize these impacts? And I suspect the seeds to the answer of that first set of questions, the basic questions, may actually be in the very asking of the second set of questions. And those themselves raise more questions. What does a racial equity-informed approach do to the bipartisan appeal of ESOPs? What is the role of philanthropy and finance in building an ecosystem of support? What is the role of the public sector in supporting employee ownership broadly, ESOPs and worker cooperatives, as a tool for increasing equity? So what I want to say to researchers here is that your research matters. We in the field use your research to move resources, to move policy, to shape our work, to design systems of support for enterprises and to directly benefit workers. Your work is directly beneficial in expanding the forum, and I look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Melissa. And now I'm going to briefly introduce our next next fellow remarks. I did want to mention briefly that there is a QR code on your agenda, and we're doing brief introductions, so you can learn more about the speakers if you look at the bio information that you'll find by using the QR code. Okay. So I'm really thrilled to introduce Robin Cox. Robin is an assistant professor in the School of Public Policy at the University of California, Riverside, an NBER research economist, senior scholar at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis Opportunity and Inclusive Growth Institute, and faculty at the Presley Center for Crime and Justice. She has significant work in the area of the Black American experience and their interaction with the criminal legal system, and her research and publications are too long to list, which is why I mentioned that QR code, so you can learn more about her and her research. So Robin, really thank you very much for being here today. And I turn it over.
Thank you for having me. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. I did have PowerPoints that I think they'll be able to distribute to you at some point. You know, I wanted to come up and specifically talk about employee ownership and its potential impact on marginalized communities and economic equity. So I think just in general, you've probably heard a lot about where income and wealth inequality have come from and how it's increased for everyone actually since about the 1970s. And so part of what has driven wealth inequality has been differences in the returns to capital relative to labor. And then in income inequality, the difference between the top 10% relative to everyone else has really been the result of really large payments to managerial labor. And then if we dwindle down further with the 99%, there's been some inequality that's increased there in terms of income. That has been the result of skill bias technological change, as well as polarization of the labor market, where individuals who earn high wages are able to access high quality jobs, and individuals with low wages are only able to access low quality jobs. And I bring that up because employee ownership actually has a quality component to it when you think about not only its increase, that it can potentially increase earnings, it can increase capital accumulation, but then also it increases access to some of these other non-wage benefits that Melissa brought up in terms of childcare and educational benefits for employees. So that's why I also bring that up. However, when we talk about racial equity, I'm going to focus a bit on racial equity. We have to consider that racial equity is actually structural, and so this is a gap that has been around since emancipation, right? So Durenencourt et al. Has some work where they estimated after emancipation the racial wealth gap was approximately 60 to 1, white to black. And then over the years, it's converged so that today it's about 6-to-1, but there's just been this persistence in the racial wealth gap. So blacks hold 1/6 of the wealth of white Americans today, according to their estimates. The drivers of the racial wealth gap are largely structural again, and so historical disparities in wealth as a result of historical institutional policies such as slavery, right, as well as policies and other structural barriers that have created unequal endowments, which are starting points for wealth, as well as conditions for wealth accumulation. And so those conditions for wealth accumulation bring me to the work that I do in terms of incarceration, which I'll get to in a little bit. But just wanted to just highlight again the importance. That work also found that you know, we need a multifaceted approach essentially to close the racial wealth gap. Not only do we need something like reparations to do so, but we also need policies that address differences in savings or how we invest in terms of capital versus having the majority of our assets in our homes. And then also racial income inequality as well. The racial wealth earnings gap is also important in closing that. And so it's interesting because employee ownership, and so I've done work with ESOPs, it kind of, if you think about it, kind of addresses two of those things at one time. It's, in terms of the research, it's been found to increase earnings. And Melissa has already talked extensively about that research by our colleagues Bogoslaw Bryce, Conway et al. Here at the Aspen Institute, as well as Nancy Wyfuck in the back there. She's done work on this as well, where we found that employee ownership can increase, you know, it can address the racial wealth gap, right? And so part of the way that it does that is that it can shift the composition of wealth portfolios by increasing access to capital ownership in marginalized communities. And it's also increased earnings in marginalized communities as well. And so that's also really important. Now, the Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership, in their study, funded by the Kellogg Foundation as well, they found that it significantly increases the median wealth of African Americans and Latino women, as well as white women. And so it has this potential to increase wealth among these marginalized communities, although they do mention that there's still more work that needs to be done in terms of understanding how to close that wealth gap. So, so in terms of some of those institutional policies that kind of impact asset accumulation, one of them is incarceration, which is why I wanted to look at the impact of employee ownership on formerly incarcerated individuals. The other is that incarcerated individuals are disproportionately from marginalized communities, especially if we look at historically oppressed groups like Native American Indian and Alaska Natives, as well as African Americans. If we look at their rates of imprisonment, they're about 5-to-1 relative to whites for African Americans, and 4-to-1 relative to whites for Alaskan American Indian Alaska Natives. And some work by Sykes and Morato have found that incarceration can impede wealth accumulation and assets. And so this is also very early research in this field in terms of understanding the effects or the associations between incarceration, which historically you know, has been, which there have been historical disparities in terms of marginalized communities, especially given its link to recouping labor from slavery and Native Americans. And so it's important to understand what's the role of ESOPs here in addressing these issues. And so one of the, my research has actually found that individuals who are employed, who are formerly incarcerated, who work in an ESOP, when I compare them to individuals who don't, their earnings increase by about 25%. Their hours worked per week increased by about 9%. And importantly, they have decreased in recidivism. So arrest rates decreased by 9.5 percentage points, convictions by 11 percentage points, felony convictions by 3 percentage points, and incarcerations by 12 percentage points. And then I did some disaggregation by race, and a lot of that is driven by African Americans. Its impact by improving the recidivism outcomes of African Americans. And so I'm wrapping up here. I'm out of time. So what's next? What's next is that we have a lot of work to do to understand, what role employee ownership plays in addressing some of these historical injustices in marginalized communities. And so one of the things we want to understand, we need to understand more, is what impacts the access to employee ownership for these communities, as well as, does employee ownership sort of replicate the inequalities we see in greater society, or do they improve them? So these are some questions that we need to think about a little bit more. And so I want to thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. And yeah, it's a lot to cover in a little bit of time, but really appreciate you sharing your work with us today. I want to welcome our panel to the stage now. Again, I'm just going to do kind of a quick names to faces as they come up. So on the panel, we have Sean Tamba Matthew, shareholder, Stevens and Lee, SES ESOP Strategies, project director for the Rutgers Kellogg Project at the Rutgers Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing. You had a nice long title to give you time to walk up here. Evan Edwards, CEO and Executive Director, Project Equity. You have to be a little faster. Jean Wardford, Program Officer for Family Economic Security at the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. Sarah Kay, Vice President of Inclusive Solutions, Prudential Financial, and we're delighted to have with us today JJ McCorby to guide the conversation. JJ is a business and innovation reporter at NBC News, where he focuses on socioeconomic disparities and the ways in which business and money affect the day-to-day lives of Americans. Again, you can find out more about him on our website, but thank you so much, JJ, and I'll turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. Very happy to be here. The last time I was invited to moderate a panel for Aspen, I got strep throat, and I had to cancel. So I'm very happy to demonstrate that I can speak now. So as we get started, I just wanted to just say a few quick remarks. I'll start by saying that I've just been very motivated by the work that the Economic Opportunities Program and Rutgers employee ownership researchers puts out regularly. I'm a business reporter who sits at a lot of different intersections. I'm Black, obviously, also a member of the LGBT community, also raised in the poorest state in the country. And so I'm always kind of sniffing out these opportunities to write about how capitalism can kind of be used to create more equal footing for marginalized communities. And Dr. Blasi and Maureen, I just want to thank you for making it just a little easier to do that, right, and making your research accessible for reporters like me. So I'd like to first talk about our panelists. If I can just get you all to introduce yourselves. I'll start with you, Sean, if you want to just talk about what you do and also the importance of employee ownership in your work.
Great. Well, thank you, JJ, and thanks to the Aspen Institute and to Rutgers for hosting this great event. I am a part of a team at SES ESOP Strategies of attorneys and investment bankers that do ESOP work throughout the country. And I'm incredibly fortunate to be on the team that's very mission oriented. We even have as an attorney, we've got lots of client matter numbers. We've got one that's dedicated to, building out the employee ownership space, or employee ownership mission invoices that come in every once in a while. So we, as part of that work, led by our founder, Jim Steicher, and the many things that he's done over the years, including working with the Employee Ownership Exchange, part of that work and sort of what I do is working with the Kellogg Foundation's project at Rutgers on employee ownership education. And that project is directed towards trying to help business owners from underrepresented communities. So we're talking about women business owners, minority business owners, and helping them learn about employee ownership transition options so that they are aware that there's another lever that they can pull when it's time to think about exiting their business. And so over the past few years, what we've been able to do is to bring in people from the minority business advisor community to come in and talk about what employee ownership is on these various videos that we've put online. We're looking forward to expanding that over the next several weeks. We actually recently got a commitment from WeBank, which is a women business certification organization, to do a panel to talk about their employee ownership certification process, what that means, the steps to doing that, to help really promote and help build the understanding of what a transition to an ESOP might look like for a business that is a woman-owned business. So, very grateful for this. Like you, I grew up in the probably the poorest municipality in the state of Ohio. Employee ownership to me means creating opportunities for my friends and neighbors who didn't have a chance to necessarily invest in a business or start their business or whatnot. That's what sort of drives this work, and to be able to work on the Kellogg project and be able to work on the projects like the Apis and Heritage Capital Partnerships Legacy Fund 1, is sort of, for me, a blessing that I get to sort of pay it forward in a way that has real material impact and will hopefully grow and expand as other folks throughout the employee ownership space do more of this work.
I'm going to skip over to Evan. So Evan, even though we're at record low unemployment right now, a lot of folks built up savings during the pandemic. We learned black wealth is still just a fraction when compared to white wealth, as we just heard a few minutes ago. According to the Federal Reserve, in 2019, the median wealth of white households was about $190,000, while black families were at about $24,000. Latinx families were at $36,000. And so given that context, can you talk about Project Equity and its purpose and approach, and just how you think it can play a role in increasing racial equity?
Sure, I'm happy to. Thank you very much. Many of you are familiar with Project Equity. We're a national nonprofit organization, and our mission is twofold. We are intent on leveraging employee ownership as a wealth building strategy for communities of color and low and modest income workers writ large. The other key aspect of our mission work is seeing to it that employee ownership is embedded in the national business ecosystem such that employee ownership transactions happen as a means of the normal M&A cycle in the country. To that first aspect of our work, we saw what happened during the pandemic, and we know all the data about the racial wealth gap. What we've done is been very intentional about addressing that wealth gap by launching our Black Employee Ownership Initiative. This work sees us partnering with Morehouse College, Atlanta Wealth Building Institute, the city of Birmingham, Alabama, Chicago partnerships in South Florida. And this work is intended to see us build pipeline such that we are identifying businesses that have a density of Black workers, oftentimes owned by Black folks. We know that there's a correlation between Black business ownership and density of Black workforce, and sees us developing not only the pipeline, but also embedding employee ownership in black business ecosystems. That's really important because at Project Equity, we've done the work of identifying opportunities to build out employee ownership knowledge in the broader business ecosystem. But in doing that work, came to understand that some of the strategies that we employed weren't necessarily being impactful of black workers. And so we've centered the work primarily in the South. Atlanta is the hub for black businesses in the country. Birmingham has a 75% black workforce in that city. It's one of the reasons we chose that city. And I could go on. But towards addressing this inequity, we found that it is really important for us to sharpen our focus so that we are being very intentional in terms of addressing black workers.
Awesome. Thank you for telling us about that project. I definitely want to ask about that. I want to go over to Sarah. Hello. Tell us about yourself and why Prudential Financial has decided to support employee ownership, and how does it fit into your overall mission and strategy?
Yeah, thank you so much, JJ, and thank you to Aspen, Maureen, Joanne Rutgers for hosting this event. Some of you heard me speak yesterday, but I always like to ground why Prudential does this work and its founding story. So we were founded over 148 years ago in the city of Newark, in New Jersey. And we were founded because our founder, John Dryden, saw a societal need, which was that working class families didn't have the financial means to bury their loved ones. And so our first product was burial insurance. It costs as little as 10 to 15 cents a week. And at the time, he created an inclusive market that unlocked both commercial and societal benefits. And so that is exactly where Prudential looks at the intersection of where society and business, where we can create that value. And so we're looking at how do we expand wealth building pathways, particularly for people of color who have been historically shut out of those kind of opportunities. And so we look at it from a range from place-based strategies. Obviously, we're founded and we're still headquartered in Newark, New Jersey. We look at it through income and quality jobs, but also financial tools and pathways that create and sustain wealth for individuals. And employee ownership is an important component of that because it's looking at how do you preserve and keep assets and commerce in communities? How do you build individual wealth, community wealth that ultimately has that impact on society and the economy at large? And particularly for people of color, we know that, businesses, whether they be small, medium to large, I think the last percentage I saw is only 2.3% were owned by black workers or black owners. And so that in and of itself tells you there's a huge inequity in there. And so looking at employee ownership as a way to help create ownership opportunities and pathways to really help build that wealth, but also to develop the financial health and well-being of these workers as well too. Because when you go through this process, you really have to educate the workers on what do your company performance mean? What do revenues and expenses look like? How does that impact you as an individual? So we look at it from a very holistic way that this is about that individual person's wealth, but also the company's performance, which we know increases. We have higher productivity, higher employee satisfaction, and then ultimately how that looks towards the community, the family, and then intergenerationally, how does that pass down from family generation to the next?
Awesome, thank you. And lastly, Jean, the Kellogg Foundation was an early investor in supporting employee ownership. So what made you excited about the possibilities then, and what has kept you interested since then, particularly given where we are now with kind of the lack of worker economic security?
Thanks, JJ. I'm really excited to be here. I first want to just give you a little context because many of you know the Kellogg Foundation for our work with children. And that's really what we're concerned about is that how do we create environments for children to thrive? And so when I came to the foundation about 8.5 years ago, they were really then began focusing on family and economic security because children don't take care of themselves. And so my first day on the job, I was given Citizen Share to read. And it was, so needless to say, Joseph and I had some very interesting conversations about this whole thing about employee ownership. And my question to him is that I don't think that it will work. And he said, well, yeah. And I said, okay, well, let's see. So here we are today, right? And that really was the conversation that began us down the road to say, we have to answer these questions. And so the research that you have been doing really has helped to really begin to mobilize and gain momentum around employee ownership. And so our investments really were around saying is that this traditional wealth structure that exists does not benefit workers at all, right? And so therefore we knew that it wasn't benefiting children either. And so it's like, how do we begin to close that gap? And we still believe, we firmly believe now we have the research to support it, that employee ownership is a way for families to increase their own individual wealth. You know, I have a lot of differing thoughts that are mine and maybe not that of the foundation. I want to be on record for that. So I think we're recording. Though is that, you know, the racial wealth gap is really huge. It's really big. You know, but I do believe that there are opportunities for us to provide a way and a structure for families to begin building their own individual and intergenerational wealth. So you can have your child have dance lessons or participate in sports or doing the quality of life thing so that you can afford a home that's not infested. You can have, you know, not have to sit at the table and say, who gets paid today, right? Do I have to make a decision whether I'm going to have lights or gas? That you can begin to provide the kind of secure environment that children deserve in order to thrive.
Thank you for that thoughtful response. I want to go to some of the challenges. You know, we obviously have seen evidence that employee ownership can yield some, you know, pretty impactful results, but you know, implementing it, you know, it just involves a lot of different barriers. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting area to explore. So Sean, I want to come back to you. You know, I looked at some research from the National Center of Employee Ownership. It talks about young employees of color and how, which I think Robin mentioned earlier, how young employees of color who participate in ESOPs, you know, make considerably more in income than those who don't. They also have 80% greater net household wealth. They stay at their companies longer. There are also retirement benefits that are more. So what do you see as the big challenges in using ESOPs or other forms of employee ownership to realize these kinds of gains for more employees, and how can we kind of address those challenges?
Yeah, great. So I think we touched on a number of these topics throughout, you know, the conversations earlier today and yesterday about awareness about employee ownership, about access to capital, and what's needed to bring. We need to bring to bear in these transactions. But I want to sort of touch on one particular item that's very important as it relates to minority-owned businesses. And as Evan mentioned earlier, there's been a disconnect between sort of the employee ownership space and sort of the, you know, minority business advisor, business owner ecosystem, right? And the work that they're doing at Project Equity is a great step and sort of to help, you know, build that out. Another piece where, you know, as you know, Melissa mentioned earlier with APIS and Heritage Capital Partners, they just recently made a proposal to the National Minority Supplier Development Council with respect to one of their portfolio companies, which is 100% ESOP owned, to get that company certified as a minority-owned business, right? And to date, there is no sort of standard or process or procedures for doing that for wholly ESOP-owned companies. And obviously, you know, when you're thinking about this and the potential abuses that are out there, you know, you need to carefully go through that process. And so what the NMSDC has been doing with APIS and Heritage and our team is to help sort of, you know, think through that process, what those steps look like. They've been very well receptive because they see two benefits, right? One is the benefit to worker owners of color, right? Because these businesses tend to over-index for minority employees. The other piece of it is sort of preserving the wealth that's been built in these minority communities too, right? Because when you're talking about a minority-owned business that's certified and that's driving a lot of their revenue through because of the fact that they're a certified-owned business, in the MSDC context, we're talking about private certification, so working with major corporations, maybe like a Comcast or a Prudential or whatnot, in their supplier diversity program. Those businesses are often forced when they're looking to trade, when they're looking to exit, to take a bit of a haircut, right? Because of the risks that buyers see out there with respect to, well, if we lose the certification status because the new owners are not members of a minority group, so what do we do? So another benefit of that is sort of getting a certification process in for employee-owned companies so that you get to maintain that certification, means that you get to preserve those inflows of revenue that come from those sources. And so one of the benefits of sort of the work that's being done, that Project Equity, that Rutgers and Kellogg Foundation is promoting, is that instead of sort of that being buried, and WeBank, like I mentioned earlier, has had this certification process already built in place, but it's not necessarily very well popularized. Now we have the tools to sort of get that out there and promote it more by doing it with the Kellogg Foundation process online and whatnot. So I think that to me is one of the big hurdles that over the next hopefully several months we can get resolved and sort of get out there to help build on some of the momentum that we're seeing with Project Equity and others, and trying to get into that Black and minority business owner ecosystem.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Project Equity because that's a good segue. So, Evan, what are some of the challenges that you're finding with the Black Employee Ownership Initiative? Like, are you sensing some of the same issues that Sean just mentioned?
Yeah, the challenges are manyfold. I think chief among them has been, or was, I think, at least until we started approaching this work, is that in general, I think that there was a lack of awareness of historical Black cooperative economics and how they have been impactful to the good for Black communities for generations. To that end, we partnered with, I mentioned this before, with Morehouse College and specifically Dr. Cynthia Hewitt, who leads their International Center for Labor Studies, to develop a research paper that would elevate the historical nature of Black cooperative economics, but then also, in working with us, indicate a way forward, right? And this work is intended to help to get through some of the barriers in terms of understanding how it is that these models have some historical precedent and have some currency going forward. Quite frankly, we have in this country and our sort of business ethos the hero founder. And that happens to be the case amongst Black-owned businesses as well, right? And because we have a level of focus on Black-owned businesses, again, with their preponderance of Black workforces, we've had to break through with Black business owners on how it is that employee ownership represents value to them in the near term. We know that workforces that have an ownership stake are more productive, right? And provide a long-term benefit because many Black business owners have thought of their businesses as a paycheck, but not as an investment. And so haven't necessarily viewed their succession or exit strategy down the road. And so those are just a couple of barriers that we've had to break through. And again, our partnership with Morehouse, not just with this International Center for Labor Studies, we also are working with the Morehouse Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center to activate students at the university who are already engaged with working with Black businesses in Atlanta to go out and start to talk about employee ownership and employee ownership as a succession or productivity strategy for those business owners. So we're doing a bunch of stuff to try to break through. I could go on and on about the challenges. We've identified them, and now, the work, the blocking and tackling for us is to break through them.
Thank you. Sarah, you flicked at something earlier that I think Evan did too, about just employee awareness about employee ownership and what are the options available to you. I have worked at pretty big companies, and I have friends who work at pretty big companies, and there are pretty substantial programs, that support employee ownership, but they're, for a lot of reasons, don't feel readily accessible, and that's even for, I've been at this for a minute now, right? So to still kind of need a financial advisor or to ask one of my friends, hey, did you participate in your company's blah, blah, blah. So there's clearly still like a gap there when it comes to, okay, I'm at this company and there's a program, what do I do? What do you think about ways to kind of circumvent that and just make that the opportunity more visible for minority employees?
Yeah, it's a great question and definitely a persistent challenge, whether we're talking about, smaller businesses, and that's why we support organizations like Project Equity that is doing marketing and communications campaigns, which, sometimes may not see that short-term value, especially as a funder, but we know the long-term value that's going to have in seeding these ideas and making sure that people are aware. But even at companies as large as Prudential, we have 40,000 employees. And I'll say a few of my team members just recently learned that they have the ability to purchase stocks at a discounted price for Prudential and become, own part of the company. And so that's just a challenge all around, right? Because there's so much information out there, whether you're working for a small business or to a large company. But then also when you're just thinking about your individual financial health, right? The concept of owning a stock or an equity option or anything in the company can be kind of scary because you don't know. You hear about stock market downturns, you hear about people losing a lot of money. And so educating individuals on the importance of understanding your company financials, why you should have agency in it, why you should have a voice in how the company is shaped, the culture and the environment, it's a challenge all across the board. And I think it just takes persistence, communications. It takes working and partnering with organizations that are trusted by the community, looking at organizations that may not be in your sphere. Because I remember when Project Equity came first to us with Morehouse, we were like, Morehouse College, are they interested in employee ownership? But they are a very well trusted, credible institution in the city of Atlanta. And so really looking for kind of those unique partnerships that may not be in that space. And then I'll say, even though I'm not good at it at all, but social media is really, really important. We know the younger generations, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, those are the ways that are getting people information out there. And so even as a company, when we're talking about financial health, we have partnered with TikTok influencers who are getting the message out there about why it's important to think about building and saving and why you should be thinking about your retirement. And that should be similar for employee ownership as well too, because we know this work has been being done for decades, but we still need to raise awareness and help educate individuals on why this is important and how it can benefit themselves.
Thank you. Great answer. I think just, again, as a Black person who grew up in the South, I think there's also like just a stubborn kind of risk averseness that comes with growing up in a minority household, where there's something kind of wary sometimes about stocks and you want me to do what with my money, and so I think there's kind of an education component, but also kind of just a normalization component. At least speaking from my background, obviously not all Black folks. Jean, as someone who supported employee ownership through different strategies, I'm curious how you've seen the field evolve over time. Like, kind of looking forward, we've talked a lot about the challenges, but what are some of the challenges that you think that leaders in employee ownership have surmounted, and what kind of has given you, the encouragement to keep going in this field?
I think that this is really a very exciting time. I think you're right, we have some big challenges. We have big challenges like private equity, right? So that's one that where we're looking at the important role they really play in society today, and that they are really, their focus is to maximize short-term profits, right? But employee ownership is about sustainability. And so that's where we're trying to keep our eye on the target, right? To say that this is what's important is that we want to keep our jobs in communities. We want to keep the services that are provided. We want to keep them in communities because that really is actually what makes up the fabric of America, our communities. And so I think employee ownership keeps its eye on that, right? Our go-to right now is Evergreen, and there are others also that, like we heard from earlier today, about how it gives employees some agency, some feeling, really great feelings about owning a part of this, seeing the kind of progress and profits that they can make, and then actually knowing that they'll be able to have a living wage or a better wage to take care of their families. And those are the things that give hope. When we went to Evergreen and we talked with the workers, the woman actually cried and she said, I've been working here 5 years and I got 6 months left to pay and my house will be paid off. Okay. Also, the driver who said, when I came, my driver's license was suspended, but they helped me, get my driver's license back. They helped me, unpack some of the baggage that I brought to this job, because we all have some suitcases that we carrying around, whether it's for us or our family, right? We all do. And we know particularly that in the African American community, we carry a little bit more luggage if we're a little bit ahead, in our families, so that we try and make things work. And employee ownership helps to do that, And so I think that we just keep our eye on the prize, that we continue to focus on this, that we continue to say that this is what America is really all about. Because this is given each citizen its share. Did you get that, Joseph?
I love that. Thank you. Definitely applause worthy. I want to have a quick follow-up on, you mentioned private equity. I'm curious, we've seen a lot of headlines about the impact of private equity on again, communities of color, in the business world, on startups. I'm curious, as private equity becomes more powerful, when you think about the employee ownership field, do you have thoughts on how to kind of insulate it or bolster it, as as private equity, kind of grows and has more influence in so many aspects of our American society?
Yes, first I want to start off in saying that one of my colleagues is a math person, and so she said to me, do you know how long it takes to spend $1 trillion? Does anybody know? You spend $1 million a day, it'll take you 2,700 years. So when we look at about $5 to $6 trillion right now floating around in private equity, that's a big challenge right there, right? But we can chip away at that if we educate people and get people to understand how it's going to be a longer term benefit for them, right? And that, business owners who don't understand it, lawyers who don't understand it, accountants who don't understand it, they say, just take private equity and get, take the haircut, like Sean said, get pennies on the dollar, right? And then we'll just open up a Halloween store and then the real estate will be vacant after then, right? That's what that's what happened. Now I'm telling the truth. I want to see how many people have Halloween stores in their community, right? Look, Okay, look, almost everybody here. And we know that there was a really big chain. There was a Toys R Us, there was a Sears, there was a Payless Shoe, there was a chain there, right? That was really providing needed services in communities. And so we now know what happens is that, you know, the short-term profits, have been winning out over longer-term benefits. But I think when people understand what the longer-term benefits are, and that we have to continue educating, continue talking, continue sharing the strategy, demystifying the process, because everybody, when they hear about employee ownership, they're like, well, what is that? And what does that really mean? But as business owners begin to understand that they can leave a legacy in communities, that the jobs will be there, they'll be sustained, because once they make that commitment in that community and get the benefits of employee ownership, the jobs have to stay there if they want to continue to get it. So we have to really, and also working with municipalities, like the work that Dowie has worked, Democracy at Work has done with educating municipalities and saying, this contributes to your economic development bottom line. You know, these are businesses that you have here. They're not going to pick up and leave and go to a southern state that says, oh, we're not going to tax you on this and we're going to give you these kind of benefits. And so it's to your advantage to continue to support and promote this with businesses. And so we think this is a big opportunity. But I'm telling you, what creates change in communities are small groups of people working together. And I think that's what we have to do, continue to do with employee ownership.
JJ, can I just quickly add? Oh,
Yes.
no. I'll just say quickly, because you'll hear from Annalisa in the afternoon, who's from Ownership Works. But we all know the issues with private equity, but they're not going away, and we have to figure out a way to work with them. And that's exactly what Ownership Works is doing. They're working with private equity firms to deploy employee ownership programs, to implement them, execute them, make sure that they're with fidelity and that the workers are receiving all the benefits necessary and the supports. And so I just want to plug that, and you'll hear from Annalisa in the afternoon. But just finding ways to make sure that other industries and sectors are aware of this.
Right. That is an important point that she brought up, that they are coming to talk about that this afternoon. And so one of the things that we really are trying to get them to think about is that when they sell, that doesn't eliminate the employee ownership structure. And that's the key piece about how we continue to support this type of model and not go back to disenfranchising employees.
That's a fantastic point. I think another point to sort of think about is these private equity funds aren't coming up with this capital on their own. They're getting it from LPs, from investors who are looking for a return. And I think the thing that I'm excited about in the space between the Employee Equity Investment Act, which just got introduced a few weeks ago, creating a new pool of capital that would be used to invest in employee-owned companies, ESOP-owned companies, to help build and promote employee ownership that way, but also looking at firms like Apis and Heritage Capital Partners, the Toronto Group, folks like Social Capital Partners up in Canada. Those are looking to pool capital to invest in employee-owned businesses and to make sure that they sustain employee ownership for those long-term returns. And I think that's a really important part. And, when you hear about the trillions of dollars of dry powder that's out there, I think part of the conversation has to be, well, how do we take those pools of capital and show the incredible work that employee ownership owned companies have done at generating returns for the employee owners, getting investors to buy into that to help to create more employee owners that way as well.
And one more question on this topic of surmounting these barriers and getting the message of ESOPs out there. Evan, I think you've thought a lot about the marketing and messaging strategies, right, to kind of popularize and mainstream the idea of employee ownership. What needs to happen, or what more needs to happen to kind of socialize it and make it more of the vernacular when it comes to ESOPs?
Yeah, that's where the rubber meets the road, right? When employee ownership has been normalized such that the national business ecosystem is executing transactions, EO transactions on the regular. To that end, we see raise awareness, educate, and activate, right? So the raise awareness piece is a lot of us in this room are doing we're trying to do it both broadly and narrow casting to certain groups, like through Black employee ownership, to really elevate the benefits of employee ownership to workers, to business owners, to communities, to business advisors, right? The business connectors are a really key group. Those are the trusted voices, the influencers of business owners. And we talk to a couple hundred business owners a year, many more business advisors, and by and large, they're unaware of employee ownership. They may have heard of ESOPs, co-ops, EOTs, generally not particularly familiar with, right? So for us, it's making sure that those folks are aware. And so we're leading on an EO equals campaign. Shout out Candida. Thank you very much, Diane. We're doing a lot of work with the localities that we're partnered with to elevate employee ownership through their communication streams. To Sarah's point, we're embracing social media. We've always embraced social media, but we are developing more content that speaks directly to the advisor class so that we start to embed in their consciousness. We understand they need to see messages 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times before it really starts to resonate and stick. So all of that is part of the normalization such that, 5 to 10 years down the line, we'd like to see 3 in 10 business transactions be to employee-owned companies.
Love it. Okay, so now we're going to have a little fun. Not that this hasn't been fun. It's been great. So we're going to have a lightning round of big ideas. And I'm going to give each of you 60 seconds to just give us one final takeaway for the audience, something that you have not been able to touch on in this conversation. It can be, your big idea for making employee ownership more accessible for minorities, or let's just go there, making every corporation employee owned. So let's start with Sarah. 60 seconds.
60 seconds on my big idea. I would say let's start with younger generations. We talked about the fact of students. We have an investment program that we just launched with HBCU students of getting them invested into the stock market. But having them educated, whether it's at college or high school, about employee ownership opportunities and how they could be the best ambassadors. We know young people get the message out really well. And so how do we leverage them to help educate their parents and their community members?
Wow, that was really quick and good. Thank you. Gene, you need more time? Okay. Okay, let's go to Evan.
I got a million big ideas. I think that it's really important for us. I'll go back to what I was just talking about to again, raise awareness, educate, and activate. And the ideas that I have around those 3 pillars are seeing us really invest in employee ownership and messaging employee ownership in the way that so many other models gain currency in our culture, right? 20 years ago, very few people understood about venture capital, right? And venture-backed companies. And now it's part of our vernacular. And so my big idea is let's figure out how to message employee ownership so that it embeds in our national vernacular the way that you can jump on an elevator with somebody and talk about and mention venture capital, and they'll have some inkling of what that's about.
I love that. Gene, you ready?
Okay, here goes. My big idea is I think we should eliminate all the barriers, right? I think we should just throw them out, right? We should just say, if one's a minority, if you get your designation, you are. If it's the same group of people, right? Not like this 51% rule. I think we should throw all those things out. I think we should give them the same advantages that we give really big corporations in this country, right? That they should be able to jump through the loopholes as well.
Amen. I'm sure a lot of people would be happy with your big idea. And lastly, yeah, Sean.
Yeah, so I think my big idea is to build off of the big ideas that have been put out there over the last several years, right? Building off of the work that we've done with the Kellogg Foundation and Rutgers to sort of build out and get into the minority business advisor community. There's, when we think about the diversity of the employee ownership space, it's a great and very welcoming group, but it's not a very diverse group, right? And so thinking about how we bring in lenders of color, try to work to hire more attorneys and investment bankers of color so that we can tap into those networks that those people might be entrenched in to help build that out. And then also looking at the models, like seeing the incredible work that the A&Hs and the Torontos and the others of the world and the sort of like new impact investing group, and helping to sort of like go to Fund 2 and Fund 3 for those funds. And then sort of merging models. I mean, you mentioned evergreen cooperatives in my hometown of Cleveland, Ohio, which is a worker cooperative focused sort of a model where they're transitioning businesses to employee ownership, but looking to merge it with some of the other models that we see out there like ESOP holding companies, like Empowered Ventures and whatnot, and making something maybe a little bit more locally based that leverages the power of an ESOP in that context and does a lot of the work that Evergreen does in terms of empowering workers and things of that nature. So I think that the big ideas are actually here already, and it's just sort of building them out and seeing them through over the next many years. So
awesome. I think we are ready for some audience questions. Yep.
One more thing is that I just want all of you who are doing this research and putting pen to paper, don't stop. This is the momentum that has propelled us to where we are today. I mean, you are so vital to this movement because every time we bring this up, they say, well, how do you know that? And I can pull out a paper, whether it's Nancy's paper, Joseph's paper, Robin's paper, or Melissa, Tanya, I can pull it out. And it helps get my point across. And so please keep up the good work. And thank you so much.
We have one question back here.
I wasn't able to mention this yesterday, but I think it relates to this idea of awareness and some of the problems that we're having to getting this message out. The PA CEO, Kevin McPhillips, and we've been toying with this idea of advertising. And we actually started doing advertising on NPR, local station, WHYY in Philadelphia. And so we have a couple sessions that we had, and it was proven with data that the website blew up when we advertised, and Kevin's done a great job with different messages. What different message really resonates, and what actually drew more people to the website to get more information. So I submit to you that, at least with what we're doing with the state centers, we're trying to message this thing and get the right message out and get the awareness going. I don't have a question, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I think that's a great point.
Once again,
any of you have thoughts on advertising as a solution?
I think it's a great idea.
About 6 years ago, Marketplace, NPR's Marketplace, did a piece on an early project equity feasibility client, a company called Urban Ore in Oakland. That piece is still up at our website. To your point, that one piece almost blew up our website and organization, the amount of attention and the way that it elevated the profile of our work. It was one of the sort of seminal events that really helped to propel us forward. So we know advertising works. It's why it's why every social media company is trying to gather all of our data so they can advertise to us, right? So we got to figure out how to advertise more.
I would just add to that, I think there are opportunities to, people, as a journalist, people always kind of ask me, what's the best way to pitch? How do I pitch a story to you? And I always tell them, especially if you have research or like a product launch or something like that, try to find ways to tie it to what's happening in the news. What's the general tenor on certain issues, on the economy, on wealth building, on inflation. I think my first encounter with a lot of the research that Dr. Blasey and Maureen and their colleagues have done was through a story about the lack of access to stock options for minority employees. And so I can't remember exactly what it was, the news story that it was tied to, but I think as a result of that, there was just that piece did really well. And so sometimes it's organic exposure too, and not just paid advertising.
Two more questions, very quick.
Yeah. Okay. 2 more questions, very quick.
Hi, thanks so much for all the information. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the research on the racial equity impacts of cooperatives.
And can you just take the next question and then take answers?
Sorry, say one more time.
Is there another question that you want to take, and then we'll go to panel?
Yeah. So you're going to answer that one? Okay, go.
Briefly, there is a body of research on the racial equity impacts of worker co-ops, and I was remiss in not mentioning and sort of framing the beginning of the conversation with the sort of giant in the field, Jessica Gordon-Nemhard, who wrote a book called Collective Courage, which recovers the history of Black cooperation going back to slavery and immediately after emancipation, and I think is sort of related to some of the work. I want to draw a historical line to what you all are doing with connecting to the Black business community. That her research sort of shows business ownership as a strategy, but also as a connection to movements for liberation. So I should have mentioned that earlier. It's like the foundational work in the field, Collective Courage. But there's also more recent work that connects worker cooperatives and looks in comparison to ESOPs as well. So I think we want to sort of honor the whole range of strategies. We're focused on ESOPs today, but there is a rich body of research around worker co-ops, which often more explicitly aimed at fostering racial and gender equity.
Okay, one more question right here.
We have one right here.
I can.
Right here.
I got it. Okay.
Dr. Myrtle Alexander, Institute for Academic Management. I just wanted to point out or just make a comment regarding the private equity, and you talked about $5 to $6 trillion that's out there. I've not heard mention of the $1.6 trillion spending power that Black America has. That's important. And as you mentioned Morehouse and HBCUs, I would invite you to approach the White House Initiative on HBCUs for their conference. That's major. And that's if you want to advertise and market, I think that's starting there. And I can connect you. I can make that connection for you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all for giving your time and just providing such thoughtful answers. I really enjoyed this personally. I think our audience did too. And that's it for the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. And obviously, we have a lot to talk about. So that was just a terrific conversation and really appreciate it. We're going to give you a little bit of a break right now. And you should have gotten sheets that tell you sort of which breakout room you're in. If you're in the room called Penner, so if it says Penner at the top, that is that room over there on the 8th floor. All the other rooms are on the 7th floor. And you can get to the 7th floor by the stairs or by the elevator. But you can get a snack here, have a little break, chat a little, and we're going to try to start our next conversations, our breakout conversations, as close to noon as possible. So thank you, everybody.
Can I have your attention, please? All right, we are going to start the panel, and I'm going to ask everybody who's talking and standing to come forward and sit down. You can bring your food and drink with you, although Aspen never told me that, but I'm just saying it anyway. Okay. So, hi, I'm Joseph Blasi, and this is a panel in which we're going to look at employee ownership and the company of the future. We're kind of, push the looking glass forward and see what we think about really the future of the corporation. And we're going to start with two of the Rutgers Institute research fellows to give us some perspective on some issues that they've been studying in empirical research. And first, I'd like to introduce Marshall Vance, who is Associate Professor of Accounting at Virginia Tech. And then we'll talk with Felice Klein, who's Assistant Professor of Management from Boise State University. Marshall.
This has been a really fun and unique conference so far. So yesterday we got to hear from U.S. senators and representatives. Those were some really heavy hitters. But I think that the conference organizers wanted to add just a little bit more sizzle to the program. And so today on day 2, you get to hear from an accounting professor. And I know you guys are thinking, I really hope he gets into double entry accounting, bookkeeping, the joys of debits and credits, but actually I'm going to go a different direction. We'll talk after if you want to hear that stuff. But I come at equity compensation or employee ownership from the perspective of what we in management accounting call control systems, which are the things that we put in place to try to encourage certain behaviors among our employees. How do we get them to do the right things or do the things we want them to do? And probably the most basic behavior that you would like to encourage your employees to do is to not quit, right? If they quit, then you really have no say in what they do after that point. And so you really want to try to retain employees. That's one of the key things that practitioners struggle with. It's also one of the key things that has been argued for one of the reasons why companies use equity compensation is for retention purposes. But it turns out that it's actually a little bit difficult to really nail down in a rigorous way the relationship between equity compensation and employee retention. The reason for that is because we typically lack data, especially below the top levels within firms, but also we don't usually observe really clean settings where you have a control group and a treatment group. So I started kind of with this issue. I was talking to the director of compensation at a large retail chain that uses an ESOP, and as he described the ESOP to me, I hadn't really been familiar to that point with broad-based equity, really anything below the executive level. And I said, well, that's interesting. You're giving this to the people who are working the cash register and stocking shelves. Well, what does it do? And he sheepishly admitted, he said, I hope that it's helping us retain our employees, our frontline employees. And keep in mind, this is an industry where 50 to 100% turnover is the standard. I hope it's helping us retain employees, but I have no idea, and I don't think that's even testable. Well, it turned out that because of ERISA laws, there's actually a cool way that you can get at this. And that's because eligibility to participate in the ESOP is based on whether you work 1,000 hours. If you work 1,000 hours or more, you participate in the ESOP. If you work 999 hours, you don't. And so I use this setting to try to compare people right around that cutoff who are otherwise very similar to each other, and you can actually then control kind of flexibly for the actual number of hours that they work. And so in doing that analysis, I found my result was that participation or eligibility for the ESOP improved retention or it decreased turnover rates by about 35%, which is pretty dramatic. So that, I think, helps establish, or at least contributes, going back to Joseph's repeated point about fresh bread, and we keep coming back to this issue. I don't think the case is closed. I don't think that's the last study on employee retention. It certainly won't be. But it helps at least establish, with a little bit of rigor, kind of a causal relationship between equity compensation plan and employee turnover. But I want to touch very briefly on two other issues that I think are really interesting, but also I think there are opportunities to explore much further. The first, in this study, I very briefly and kind of tangentially just examined and saw that different types of employees at different levels in the organization, by age and by gender, responded differently to the plan in terms of the effect on their turnover rates. But more broadly, there's this issue in academia that we call selection effects. So if you give somebody equity compensation, how they value that is going to be subjectively determined. What is it worth to them? And that can vary across different employees. So I have subsequently done some research that shows that depending on employees' risk aversion, they value these plans differently. Depending on kind of cultural features and especially the trust that they have in management, it can make an impact on the plans, the effect that they have on retention. So I think just thinking about this question, what kinds of employees are most likely to be attracted? What kinds of characteristics are likely to be attracted to a company that uses an ESOP, that promotes an ownership culture? What kinds of employees are likely to stay at that same company? I think that's a really interesting issue, and I think that's something that we can explore further. The second, going back to the study that I just mentioned, I sort of suspect, so 35% seems like a really large effect, but it may actually understate the impact of a plan in that particular kind of a setting. And this is something that came up a lot earlier, but I suspect, and I have reason to believe, that a lot of employees simply don't understand the plans that they were participating in. And let me just share one anecdote, because it was very dramatic and eye-opening to me. So in addition to looking at the data, I tried to get out in the field and talk to frontline employees and ask them, what do these plans mean to you? And oftentimes they would say, I don't really know what that plan is, but they would often say things along the lines of, you know, it's really nice, it's a great gesture, I like to be an owner, I feel like Warren Buffett when I'm an owner. And you'd hear things like that. But one particular woman, I had a conversation with her. She'd been working there about 15 years, was making not much above minimum wage. And I asked her, what did she think? She says, it's really nice. It helps to contribute to this family feeling. And I said, well, what is the value? How much do you have in this plan? And she thought, she's like, I'm not sure, but I think it's probably a couple $1,000s, $2,000 or $3,000. And when I retire, you know, it's a retirement plan, so I can't access it now, but when I retire, I hope I'll use that to maybe go to Disneyland or go on a vacation. I said, you know, that's really nice, right? That's a nice thing for a company to give you, go to Disneyland in 30 more years or something like that. But I was like, is that right? So I went back to the data when I got back to my office and I looked, and she had over $50,000 in this plan. And so she appreciated that she owned something, but she was off by an order of magnitude. And so if we're trying to get at retention incentives or a feeling like you actually have a stake in the business, again, this is a theme that was touched on, but I really think there's a lot more to be done on engagement and actually understanding of the plan. It's not just, are you in the plan, but do you know that you're in the plan and do you know what that means? And so I think there is a lot of evidence on this relationship between employee ownership and retention. I think we've established a baseline. I think we have some good reasons to believe that it might be a causal relationship. But I think two important issues that we can continue to look at are the selection effects. What kinds of employees does this bring into and does it keep into our companies? As well as thinking about what are the impacts of retention, of engagement and knowledge. How do we get these people, especially on the front lines where education and other factors of engagement might be low, how do we get them to really understand and buy into this? So I love this conference and these kinds of conferences because it brings together academics and practitioners. And I think that when we work together and collaborate, we're in a great position to be able to tackle some of these really interesting research issues going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marshall. The next Rutgers Institute Fellow will be Felice Klein. Felice is an assistant professor of management at Boise State University, and she's going to give us another dimension on this. Thank you, Felice.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay. It's great to be here. I'm going to talk about something a little different than I think most people talked about during this conference. I'm going to talk about stock and stock options that employers give. And particularly, I'm going to talk about the gender gap in equity-based awards, stock and stock options. So we know that women tend to earn less, right? That's probably not shocking to anyone at this conference. We've seen this in a large literature. But most of this research focuses on more traditional forms of pay, salary as well as bonuses. And so in a recent paper that I published with some co-authors, we sought to understand, does a gender gap exist in equity-based awards? And I'm probably speaking to the choir here. Equity-based awards can be a substantial portion of employees' total compensation in some firms, like tech firms, some startups. It also can have huge implications on employees' wealth. So it's really important to understand, does a gap exist? So in this paper, we sought to understand two main questions. Does a gender gap exist in equity-based awards? And if so, why does it exist? And to do this, we obtained data from two tech firms, a large publicly traded tech firm and a small startup, as well as we looked at executive pay and we ran an experiment to understand the mechanism. And what did we find? We found even after accounting for the traditional reasons women earn less, that they're in lower paid occupations, they may have less experience than men, we found that the gap, women receive 15 to 20% fewer equity grants in their organizations than men, and the value was 20 to 30% lower than men. And so why does this occur? So we found two main reasons. One, which Marshall already got at, why equity is given out to employees. It's retention is the most common reason we heard when we spoke to executives in many firms, and this is supported in previous research. Also, how equity is given out to employees. So why equity is given out, why does that cause issues or inequities? Well, first, retention risk, right? That is a very subjective reason. Managers tend to give it out based on who's most likely to leave, who's most valuable to retain. When there is subjectivity, that leads to managerial discretion, and that could lead to biases. In addition, how equity is given out. So many organizations, particularly the large ones, and I'm not saying every organization, I think we all know some organizations aren't doing this, but many organizations are seeking to address gaps in the traditional forms of pay, right? Salary and bonuses. They're running audits to make sure there are no gaps in fixing them. They're formalizing the payout. But many firms are not doing these same things for equity-based awards. And so what are the implications? What do we suggest of how do we solve these issues? One, organizations should reduce or stop providing equity based on very subjective reasons. Provide them based on more objective reasons. How long were you at the firm? Giving it to everybody who are in certain roles. In addition, they should be auditing. This is something that is common in many organizations. They should be auditing the equity grants, and if they see gaps they can't explain, they should be fixing them by giving more equity to employees. In addition, additional research, not my own, has found that pay transparency is a great way to solve compensation gaps. So organizations can provide the ranges or even the means or the medians for equity, like they are doing for some forms of pay, like salary. And given we've talked about policy, I kind of want to bring this back to policy. A number of cities and states are actually adopting and enacting pay transparency laws. Colorado, Washington, these are even being considered in Georgia, West Virginia, Kentucky. But most of these laws focus on salary, and very few, there are a few exceptions, Washington and Colorado, focus on equity. And so if we really are serious about making equity more inclusive, then these laws that are being passed and considered should focus on all forms of pay. So that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Felice. And you'll be hearing more about Felice's research in the coming months. So I'd like to call up our panel to be seated up front. Eric Foreman, co-founder of the Drivers Cooperative. You can come up as I call your name. Chris Fredericks, President and CEO of Empowered Ventures. Annalisa Miller, Executive Director of Ownership Works. And Robin Shutak, Managing Director of Infinite Equity. And do we have microphones up here for everybody? We do. And we have a chair for me. And see if I can get it right this time. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you to all of our panelists for coming to the conference. And I'd like to start with just a brief presentation from each of you, about 2 minutes, just introducing your biography a little bit and your organization and what you do and why you're interested in this. So we'll start here with Chris Fredericks, and we'll go to the right.
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you, everyone, for having us. I think this has been an amazing conference. I think, the energy around the employee ownership movement in general is just getting really exciting. All the different ways people are approaching it and the creative ways. And this is, I guess, a panel about innovation and kind of the future. But I don't think this represents everything that's going on at all. It's just maybe a few really interesting, hopefully interesting examples. So I'm a recovering CPA, I guess. That's, as many of you are. And I had the opportunity in 2010 I was the CFO of a small business near Indianapolis, a fabric distribution company. The founder of the business, classic ESOP story, founder needed a succession plan, didn't have any family in the business, was skeptical of some of the typical options, and he asked me to help him figure out his succession plan. So working with our accounting firm as advisors and then eventually finding some other terrific ESOP advisors, we executed a 100% ESOP buyout, and I ended up stepping into the president role. And basically during the 2010s, we had just a really nice run, as an employee-owned company, both financially and in a lot of the other ways that many ESOPs, experience and talk about. Really the impact it had on the people was pretty incredible. It's been life-changing, I think, for so many of them financially. It's, just been a lot of fun to see so many people come alive in that kind of a culture and environment where, in some traditional, corporate environments can feel stifling. A really great ESOP ownership culture can really, bring people alive in my experience. So I personally, I wasn't even familiar with ESOPs before all of this, and now it's I'm just so grateful to be part of, something that can have such a big impact on people. Briefly, sorry, I know I'm going long. We ended up transitioning to a holdco model. So in 2020, we launched a holding company, and now we're intending to continue to grow through acquisition. In a holding company model, we've since added a couple businesses, and we're seeking to continue to grow in that fashion.
And we're going to get to some of those structural elements in the next part of the discussion. But thank you very much, Chris. Our next panelist is Annalisa Miller, who is Executive Director of Ownership Works. Annalisa, give us an idea of what Ownership Works is trying to do and what Ownership Works is and your biography. And we'd like to get other questions to you later on.
Sounds good. Hi, everybody. So a little bit about me. I started my career in law and corporate finance and then public finance, practiced for 5 years, then moved to the nonprofit sector where I was broadly focused on rural economic development. And that's where I was first exposed to cooperatives. I was living in Hawaii at the time. And then I moved back east and was just really taken with the concept of shared ownership and latched on to employee ownership, went to Project Equity and worked with amazing colleagues in this room, and then went on to Ownership Works. And so Ownership Works is a nonprofit organization that was founded in 2021 to, like all of us in the room, expand employee ownership across corporate America. We've set a goal of creating at least $20 billion of wealth for workers through broad-based employee ownership by 2030, and we have 2 main strategies to get there. The first we call movement building, which is about generating a groundswell of interest in employee ownership across the private, public, and nonprofit sectors. And the second is providing investors and companies with hands-on guidance on how to implement holistic shared ownership programs. And the movement that we're building, as a lot of you know, we work closely with private equity firms. We have now 25 private equity firms that we work with that have committed to implementing broad-based employee ownership programs in their portfolios, as well as partners among professional services firms, pension funds, financial institutions. So we're up and running, off to a good start. There's 66 portfolio companies with programs in place reaching 95,000 employees and over $360 million that's been shared to date. So off to a good start, but a lot more to do.
Thank you, Annalisa. Robin Shutak at Infinite Equity. how infinite is this going to become? Tell us about infinite equity.
Wonderful question, and thank you for having me today, Dr. Blasi. I'm so pleased to be here. And also, Felice, we must talk. I just came off a conversation about the very topic that you were covering, and there's some other really great research out there, and there's so much to be done. So hats off to you. Anyway, Robin Shutak with Infinite Equity. I'm a managing director at the firm. I have over 20 years of experience in this space. Infinite Equity is a completely employee-owned company, and our focus is on end-to-end equity compensation solutions. So from plan design to administration and everything in between, communications, participant education. And I probably held every single role within this industry as a actual corporate practitioner, issuer, managing stock programs for large publicly traded companies in the San Diego area. I've also been a trainer, educator, membership director for two of the leading associations in this industry, or in the equity compensation industry. And then more recently as a practice leader for Computershare, a financial services firm, and now with Infinite Equity. And then in terms of Infinite Equity's work, what we do is our goal is to convert employees into owners of the companies that they work for through our equity compensation design and education and participant communication. So my focus at Infinite Equity is to help with equity design strategy and also communication. And I love it because I have seen the benefits of these programs by participating in them and then designing them. And I'll talk about a few of our clients who have done some really incredible and innovative things. So I'm just so passionate about this topic. And I think just, Dr. Blasi, to me, what we're here to talk about is how can we get more large publicly traded companies to be more employee owned? It's so important.
Okay, thank you very much. And Eric Foreman. Eric is co-founder of the Drivers Cooperative. Tell us a little bit about the Drivers Cooperative and how it got created.
Well, thanks so much, Joe. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank Joe, Maureen, and the teams at Rutgers and the Aspen Institute. This is an incredible room to be in. And I have to say particular thanks because so many people in this room have been part of the success we've been able to achieve with the Drivers Cooperative, which I'll talk a little bit more about. So what is the Drivers Cooperative? Back in 2019, I began building this organization. We've grown now to over 9,000 drivers, including 1,800 owners. In our first full year of operation, we generated about $5.9 million in sales and paid out $5.2 million to drivers in wages. I know these are probably small numbers for a lot of folks in the room who are playing around with billions, but for going to 0 to 5.9 million was an accomplishment for us. And maybe what we're most proud of is we've been able to establish a $30 an hour minimum wage in the gig economy, which is, it sadly, I think, remains the only minimum wage in the gig economy. And maybe that's a topic for some of the conversation here about how to inspire some of the bigger players to do better. But just to introduce myself a bit, my background is in labor organizing. About 20 years ago, I began trying to unionize the jobs that I had in college, which were in the fast food industry. It was maybe tragically ahead of its time. But I will say that as of last summer, the shop that I had gotten fired for unionizing, well, maybe I'll talk about that later, was unionized 18 years later by a completely different group of workers. But anyway, I'm supposed to keep this 2 minutes, but I guess what I'll just leave it at is that I spent 15 years building labor unions, and through a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, I got fired many times. All my friends got fired. Kept the NLRB in way more business than it ever wanted to be in. You can look up all these case files if you want. And what I realized after a certain period of time is, as I started to understand capitalism better, was that it would not be out of reach for workers to start their own companies. And then I began learning about the history of unions doing co-op housing development, of worker cooperatives. And so about now half a decade ago, I made a little bit of a pivot to entrepreneurship and began building worker-owned companies. I thought it would be a good idea to diversify, so I started 2 at the same time, and unfortunately they both achieved substantial. One is the Drivers Cooperative, the other is an internet service provider started by workers who are on strike against Spectrum. Unfortunately, they both survived. I shouldn't say it that way. I don't want to, that's tempting bad luck. But yeah, they're both doing well. So I'm busy but excited about the enormous potential that worker ownership has to fix some of the foundational wrongs of this country.
And I gotta say, I love your enthusiasm about being fired.
These were not good jobs.
Okay, so I'd like to ask a question that would go right now from the very introductory and general level to a very specific level. Maybe for you, a subsidiary, for Annalisa, one of the companies that you've transformed, hearing the story. Same thing for Robin, and I think it would be very good to understand the process of the creation of one of the drivers cooperative and really get it down to the nitty-gritty level. So we'll start with Chris, and we'll still keep going to the right.
So yeah, I think an instructive story about kind of what we're doing. So in 2020, we founded the holding company. We started looking for businesses to add to our group. The first one we came across we ended up being serious about was a precision machine shop. Difficult to say that sometimes, near Cleveland, Ohio. And it was interesting in the way that a lot of the issues that have been talked about over the last couple of days kind of all could be seen in this one situation. So it was on, not a huge business, but a very successful business. The owner had founded the company, needed it to sell soon, and he was concerned also, similar to my original story about kind of his options. And interestingly, he was very familiar with employee ownership and ESOPs. His wife actually had been an employee owner of the year in the state of Ohio like 20 years before. So it was very much something he was aware of, but he was given advice that they were not big enough and that it just wasn't a good fit. And I don't know that that was 100% accurate advice. And the other thing that was going on that we've talked some about is some of the question about succession in terms of leadership and management. And I would say he had a lot of confidence in his people. He cares a lot about his people, but wasn't sure that the business didn't need more support from a leadership perspective, especially in pulling off like an actual succession process. So he was pretty far down the road of finding a buyer for the business, and then we got involved, and he was excited to learn about a holding company that's already employee owned that could do a more traditional transaction in terms of acquiring the business as part of our group, and it being an employee ownership outcome. So when we think about businesses that are below, say, 50 to 100 employees, I think we might have an opportunity to really focus on current employee-owned companies, really focusing on M&A to grow employee ownership. There's a lot of businesses out there that just the owner's not comfortable going through that whole process for a litany of reasons. I think this could be an underappreciated, way to devote some attention and resources around the 5,000 privately owned, ESOPs that already exist today and have built up a lot of capabilities around ESOPs and running an ESOP company.
Thank you. So Annalisa, can you bring us inside one of your interesting cases, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll tell you a little bit about Charter Next Generation. They are a portfolio company of KKR and Leonard Green, two of our partners, and they launched a shared ownership program in 2021, extending ownership to all 2,100 employees across 15 facilities. So Charter Next Generation is a manufacturer of specialty films used in food and medical packaging. And it's run by this fantastic CEO, Kathy Bolhouse. She's been at the company since 2010, if not earlier. And the company has performed so well under her leadership. So it went from a valuation of $58 million to $4.5 billion, $58 million in 2010 to $4.5 billion in 2021. So she is very, very passionate about her workers and had actually advocated, she's been private equity owned 4 times, and really wanted KKR to acquire the firm because she knew of the broad-based ownership program. She missed that the last time around, and now KKR is the investor. So she was really excited to launch this program. And I'll tell you a little bit about the structure and the approach at Charter Next Generation, because that's representative of the approach across the board. So the first phase is structuring and sizing the broad-based plan. And so these are not ESOPs. These are broad-based stock option programs, stock appreciation right, restricted stock units. The parameters are that all full-time employees need to have a pathway to ownership. There can be eligibility requirements, like you have to be at the company for a year or something like that. And then the sizing of the grants, the target are 6 to 12 months of salary for full-time employees at the exit when the company private equity firm exits the investment, assuming that investor hits their base case. So that's how the program was structured at Charter Next Generation. And she was super excited to launch. She launched the program, and it fell. And before the launch, we said to her, do an employee engagement survey. And she pushed back really hard. And she said, oh, my employees are great. Like, we're fine. And she didn't want to do it, but we said, this is one of the requirements of an Ownership Works program, is that you do a pre-launch engagement survey. So she did it, and she got the survey results back, and she wouldn't mind me sharing that she's told this story publicly. She cried because her employee engagement scores were in the 18th percentile. And so she launched the program, and to no surprise, it fell flat, because the employees are like, oh, okay, so in 5 years I might get this payout, and you're not really paying attention to what's happening at the company today. And they tried a few things, and after a year, Kathy really understood, I have to go talk to the employees at all 15 plants and understand why is engagement so low and why is everyone quitting. And she did that, and she finally got to the root of it. And a year later, her engagement scores are up 23%, so not where they should be, but they're moving in the right direction. Her quit rate is down, voluntary quit rate is down 23%, and the financial performance is improving. And so what Kathy, and we just had a conference for CEOs, and what Kathy shared this story, and what she was trying to tell the other CEOs, there were 60 CEOs, mainly of PE-backed companies in the room, and she was trying to say to them, it's not enough to size and structure this plan. You've got to build a culture of ownership, and to do that, you have to start with employee engagement. That's not all you need to do, but it's a starting point to understand that you're signaling to your employees that we're listening to you and that we're actually going to start to change the culture. So we've been working on, like so many of the folks in the room, and learning from you on how do you build a culture of ownership. We've built a playbook. We're going to be testing it. But so much of what we're trying to do is beyond sizing and structuring the plan. It's great news. It's in 66 companies. But I think we all know it's not going to stick if the culture of ownership isn't there, where the employees feel, think, and act like owners, are really seen as true value creators in the journey, and then get to share in that upside along the way. So Charter Next Generation is just at the beginning. It's only been since 2021. But that's a little bit about the approach that we're taking and hoping to replicate across a number of companies.
Thank you, Annalisa. Okay, so Robin, you have a different kind of company to take us inside.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had three, and I'm going to pick the one that I love the best. This is a great story in my mind. Global Foundries, so all publicly traded companies, and all their plans have been publicly filed. But Global Foundries is a multinational semiconductor company, not very common with semiconductors, but multinational is important in the context of what I'm going to describe. And in their case, they were going public in 2021, just like probably almost every company, and they wanted to infuse a culture of ownership globally, making sure that the program was inclusive. And so what we did was said, okay, you have a global organization, a tax-qualified employee stock purchase plan isn't really going to work to achieve that, because it would only be beneficial for people in the US. So we introduced a non-qualified program with a really generous match of 20%. And that maybe isn't all that special, but there are some really special components to the program, because with a non-qualified program, oftentimes a barrier to participation is being taxed at purchase. And so the company was very passionate about making sure that there were no concerns by the participants in connection with the taxable event at purchase, and they introduced a net settlement feature, and that really helped employees overcome any sort of fears that they might have had about the tax withholding obligation at purchase. And that unified program applied across the board, across the world. The best part about this program, though, is my favorite. In connection with the IPO, anybody who enrolled in the program also got 50 seed shares. And when we say seed shares, I'm talking about effectively RSUs. So you got 50 seed shares if you enrolled, and they vested 6 months after the initial offering period. The initial offering period was 6 months. So all they had to do was basically enroll in the program, and then 6 months later, they got 50 vested RSUs, which amounted to about $3,000. And this was offered to almost every employee in the organization. So it was a way to encourage people to get in the program, and then inertia took over effectively to allow people to just kind of continue to get their savings built through those seed shares and then remain in the program because they found it so valuable. And because this program was so successful, any new joiners after that initial IPO also were offered that initial seed share because the company wanted to do right by any sort of new joiners and just help amplify participation. So I think the takeaway here was that this company was really committed to making sure that employees had a really great experience with this program and in getting people in that program at the start so that they could continue on throughout the duration of the program. And actually, the outcome was, I think, 85% participation, and average contributions to the plan were about, I think, 8 to 10%. And what's common in the industry on average participation in these programs are somewhere around 30%, and average contributions are about 6%. So they killed it. And the seed share concept really helped get people interested in the program and gave them a little bit of a boost as well. So we were really proud of it. We won a Global Equity Organization award for the program. GEO is an industry association, and the program was just recognized for most innovative and creative plan design. So we're really proud of it, and I think they have about 15,000 employees worldwide.
Thank you very much. And it's not a trifle to manage the legal and accounting issues across multiple countries and treat everybody fairly. Eric, take us into the nitty-gritty of the Drivers Cooperative and give us some of the feeling of how the employee ownership issues developed and shook out.
Absolutely. I think it might help first provide a little bit of context of who our members are and why drivers came together to start this thing. So in New York City, the for-hire vehicle industry, which encompasses taxis, rideshare companies, green cabs, et cetera, employs around 100,000 people, about 85,000 of whom are driving for a duopoly, Uber and Lyft. It's a 91% immigrant workforce, almost entirely people of color. And the problems that workers face is that Uber and Lyft have a business model, which actually comes from the taxi industry originally, so it's not quite fair to pin this all on those two companies, which classifies workers as independent contractors, which means they're exempted from all protections of U.S. labor law. It means there's no social safety net, no unemployment benefits. There is a workers' comp system that was created through labor advocacy over the years. And there's immense pressure on workers' wages. And so it's a piece rate system where you get paid per trip. Every morning. And it's a system where drivers are already putting up most of the capital needed for the industry to function in the form of their vehicles and insurance for their vehicles. There's been a long class struggle over who pays the insurance costs. And right now, workers have lost that struggle. Anyway, so at the beginning of every day, a driver starts out below zero. They're in the red for the cost that they have to front for their vehicle, whether they own it, whether they bought it and have a note whether they're paying off, or if they're renting a vehicle, it's even worse. And then you have to hope over the course of the day, whether you're a yellow cab driver looking out for street hails, or whether you're an app-based driver waiting for your phone to give you an alert, that you get enough trips that pay you enough money to keep you busy enough to at least break even and come out ahead. And so the consequence of this is a sweatshop on wheels system where drivers work longer, drivers work longer and longer hours in order to make their minimums. When work dries up, this is not a conventionally employed workforce. Normally, like for example in the pandemic, where there's essentially a mass layoff because trip volumes plummeted because people weren't leaving their homes. Normally, W-2 workers would get dislocated worker assistance, unemployment. All of those things are a fight for drivers to win. So I began working in this sector in 2017. I was hired as education director of a labor organization. My background had been labor organizing and teaching, so I could check all the boxes. And at that point, I was already quite interested in co-ops because of the experiences I've had and seen where unions weren't able to move the needle. And this industry is clearly primed for this kind of structure. Being an industry of independent contractors. There's a long history of workers trying to solve their own problems by building co-ops. So the idea was in the air. Any driver you talk to would say, a union, that'd be great, but what we really need is to own our own app. And so, dutiful union staffer that I was, decided to do what I could to make the dream come true. Happened to see an email from Allison Powers at Capital Impact Partners, who's sitting in the back of the room here, looking for innovative co-op ideas, and so applied for a grant to create a participatory action research project, which is a fancy word for a class, about how could worker ownership change this industry, and put out a call. Hundreds of drivers responded. We had to have an election for the limited spots, limited seats in the class, provide a stipend for drivers to take time off the road to be part of a discussion, to vision and dream and figure out the feasibility of starting a co-op. So I was working for a labor NGO. Starting businesses was outside their lane. So the class ended, and I set off on my own with the core group of drivers to build the company. The pandemic hit a few months later, and this was an interesting moment because a lot of drivers were staying home, huge fights with Uber. They launched this bogus, I won't even go into it. But drivers had time, and fortunately were able to get unemployment benefits. They had time to be on Zoom meetings, to discuss, to think, to reflect, to plan. And so together with a core group, incorporated the business and began putting the pieces together. It took about a year to raise the capital to get started. We had about as much money as Uber had when they started. You might be surprised. Any guesses how much that was? $300,000. Does that sound like enough to start a rideshare company in New York? It's not. I won't go into all the nitty-gritty details, but you basically need 5 things to make a transportation company go. You need drivers, you need riders, you need technology, you need people who know how to put those things together or bring those things together to turn it into a going concern, and you need capital to pay those people and to pay for all the costs of assembling the other inputs. Of those 5 things, we only had one, which was drivers, and so we had to figure it out for everything else. So the whole project has been a classic example of bootstrapping. We took what we had to figure out how to get what we didn't have. We used a lot of social movement strategies like crowdfunding. I could go into a lot more detail, but I don't want to take up too much time. But to make a very long story short, we didn't have money for great tech, so we got an app for $10,000. That app was a pretty good investment. We generated about $6 million in revenue from that $10,000 app, but there are also limits to what it could do. We were, early on, I think a lot of funders were skeptical because it seemed like we were taking on a pretty big fight. And so we struggled. But we got grants that allowed us now to build our own app, which we have released. You can download it. It's called Co-op Ride. That's the core piece of infrastructure that will also allow us to replicate this model all across the world. And so we're actively looking at franchising as the mechanism for global growth. And I could say a lot more. Maybe the one last thing I'll say is the core business problem is what they call network effects, which is if you've got a lot of riders who are requesting trips, but you don't have a lot of drivers on the road, the riders will churn and say, this thing doesn't work. If you have a lot of drivers that go online and they don't get trip requests, they say, oh, this thing doesn't have a trip request. So how do you get both of those things at the same place at the same time? The strategy we've been using has been to build a network through a market niche called paratransit, which is providing transportation for people with disabilities and medical transportation, both of which are multi-$100 million markets in New York City. And so we've become a leading provider of transportation for people with disabilities in New York, which is another great way to achieve impact. It's also a very low-road industry with a ton of problems. So our technology has been customized around that use case. And we're really proud that we've been able to both make a difference for people who need mobility the most and provide what you could call social mobility for drivers who tell us they're making more money than they've ever made in their lives, which is like, you know, I process the 1099s, and like that's a beautiful thing to hear, but like when people are making $45,000 a year and this is the most money they've made in their lives, it's like this country needs to change, you know?
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to do something a little differently and open it up for some questions from the group right now. But I would like to have the questions balanced among the four participants. So if we get a question for one person, we're not going to get a second question for that person until we go through all four. Everybody has a lot to say, important cases, and we want everybody to discuss all of the cases. So any questions?
I'm curious about your governance structure, given several thousand members, or at least 1,000 members.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time on Zoom. With the large meeting I had on. No, well, we do, but yeah. So our structure is similar to a lot of co-ops of this scale, where members elect a board of directors. Our board of directors is multi-stakeholder because you need, of course, drivers are the key stakeholder, but staff are also an important constituency, and we want them to have a voice and have good jobs too. So there's a multi-stakeholder board, which hires a management team, which hires a staff. Both the staff and drivers vote for representation on the board. I will say one of the challenges of co-ops is like, who's accountable to who? Everyone is accountable to everybody else. But who's accountable to who at what moment in time is an ongoing discussion and point of debate, and a difficult thing to negotiate sometimes. But it seems to be working. Yeah, it seems to be working.
Okay, a question for one of our other three panelists. Graham.
Chris, it's Graham Nuttall. Very interested in your acquisitions model, and just wondered if you could say a bit about how you incorporate different brands, divisions, and the new workers that are coming in, and how you get the culture right for everybody. Yeah.
Thank you, Graham. Yeah, so I think that's one of the interesting things about a holding company model is we can go find great businesses, bring them into our family of businesses, but we don't have an intention to take over and run the companies. We want to empower leadership teams and the employees of those companies to continue to run them as they have, you know, been running them, with the addition of kind of plussing up the culture, adding the employee ownership component. So not trying to change cultures, just trying to evolve it. And that's, you know, with the holding company approach, we've already done that many times now. So they don't have to go through the long effort of figuring out how to be an employee-owned company on their own. So it kind of reduces that risk that so many talk about with acquisitions of, you know, integration risk, and, you know, culture risk is the #1 reason acquisitions fail. We think and find that, especially in a diversified holdco model where each business is kept separate as much as possible, it kind of helps with that. But you're still creating like a peer group ultimately of company leaders, even cross-functional leaders like HR. You can create peer groups like with HR, marketing, whatever, so they can feel like they're part of a family, or they call each other sister companies, or, you know, or cousins. Sorry, cousin companies is what they call each other. So they feel like they're part of something. They feel like they're part of something, but they don't have to fully integrate those cultures. I don't know if that helps.
Okay, so a question for Annalisa or Robin, please.
Hi. So Annalisa, I guess my question is how easy it is to get other private equity firms to buy into the broad-based employee ownership story. Is it enough to show them that it improves employee engagement and performance, or do you think the LPs need to step up and provide some pressure on the back end?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's all of the above. It's not easy to convince people to do this at all. And when we started back in August of 2021 having these conversations, we talked about the social impact, the wealth gap, lack of employee engagement across the country as an epidemic. And we also talked about the potential business case around improving engagement, decreasing turnover, operational improvements, et cetera. we've actually very rapidly built a pension fund leadership council. So Allison Tucker, the CEO of the Washington State Investment Board, heard Pete Stavros, our founder, present at a forum, and she got really interested, and she said, what can I do to help? So she was the first person who came to the table, then CalPERS, then New York Common, and that was really influential. That sort of changed the conversation a little bit, because I think some of the GPs felt, okay, well, if our investors are going to start asking us about this, then we might want to take it a little bit seriously. So I would say that was a presence from the very beginning. We thought we would launch with maybe 5 or 6 private equity firms as partners, and the ones that were a little bit more socially minded. So we were in conversation with like a private equity firm that had former union leadership. But I think as the movement started to grow and other stakeholders got involved, we were able to accelerate and launch with 19 private equity firms and now 25. So it's not easy, and it does take a lot of different voices, talking amongst themselves to say, let's give this a chance. This is the right thing to do, and it can also be good for business.
Great, thank you very much. Let's have a question for Robin about the publicly traded company model. Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you could share, when companies come to you looking for help, what is the main challenge, or what are the challenges that they're facing, and how you go about helping them with those?
Well, currently, thank you, Marshall, and it's good to see you again. So I think today we're seeing companies who are faced with heavy share dilution, and they are dealing with low stock prices and having to reel back on eligibility. And it's really unfortunate right now. And so a fix is potentially introducing an ESPP, an employee stock purchase plan. But as we know, that often comes with the participant actually having to contribute their own funds. So in a world where we have so much excessive executive compensation, to me, taking away from the broad-based population is not the right answer. And introducing an ESPP is a wonderful addition, but I think we could take away from some of the executive ownership and push that down into the broader organization rather than limiting eligibility. So today, to answer your question, what we're seeing is how can we limit eligibility or reel back on the amount of equity that we're granting our broad-based organization at this point, because we're faced with just a share kind of crisis, low share prices, and that's not the answer in my mind. So that's kind of the top area of focus today, with companies struggling and seeing their stock prices decline after having gone public and high valuations.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, so I think we're going to do another round of questions for our panelists, and then they know this is coming. I'm going to ask them the big question that they've been warned they're going to be asked 2 weeks ago. So let's do another round of questions for our 4 panelists. Go ahead.
This is a question for Eric. It's actually 2 quick questions. One is just, do you know about Empower DC, which I think is a similar model in DC? Is it? Yeah, okay. And the second is just about the $300,000 you said of capital that you raised. Where did you raise that from, and what did the providers of capital receive in exchange for the capital that they provide?
Okay, I'll take the first question first. Yeah, the company you mentioned, I think if it is the company I'm thinking of, no, not a similar model. It's a, I don't know if it's venture backed, but it's an entirely privately owned rideshare company which lets drivers set their own prices. This is an idea that's kind of always bouncing around. It's a non-solution to the problems of the gig economy. I mean, that just essentially incentivizes drivers to go back to haggling with the rider about the fare, which is not going to result in earnings. I mean, essentially, it's an everyone for themselves sort of free market model. And not to get too political, but like economically speaking, that's going to result in potentially downward pressure on wages as drivers try to underbid each other. That happened in New York. It's why the taxi industry is regulated now. In the 30s, that's exactly what happened. It's why the medallion system was created, which created a whole other set of problems. But yeah, no, Empower is not a driver-owned company. And from what I can tell, I get notifications of them constantly saying wait times are decreasing, which I think reflects some of the problem that a lot of challengers trying to break into rideshare face, which is that they try to go into frontal competition with the big rideshare companies, realize that you need to have a gigantic network. They don't, and then they usually retreat into providing pre-scheduled trips and doing B2B. We sort of saw that, and so we decided to flip it and said, okay, we're going to do B2B and B2G first, use that to build our network, use it as a foundation to build a profitable business, and then from there, launch into the B2C segment, which is much larger. Yeah, so that I guess the first question. The second question was, sorry. Where'd you get your capital? Capital, yeah. Really, really challenging to raise capital to start this business. I think this is just taking us back in time to 2020. The sources of funding, venture capital, they're looking for, gotta go faster? Oh, sorry. So where do you get money to start a business? You could go to, for tech companies, it's venture capital, who are looking for a specific structure of ownership where they're buying equity and then exiting through a secondary sale somewhere down the road. That's not really compatible without a lot of tinkering with what we were trying to do as a co-op. Also, for VCs, with other things coming across their desk, it's very unlikely that a driver-owned rideshare company is going to be is going to kind of fit the profile of what they're looking for. Other sources, people go to the SBA. We could have done that. They require a personal guarantee. That was something that we had an adventure with later in our trajectory. Not really viable at that. We wanted to avoid that because it was pretty high risk at the very beginning. The other main source co-ops get their capital from is co-op loan funds, which are wonderful, but most of their lending is oriented towards financing assets, which can sort of collateralize themselves, like buying a piece of machinery, for example, or working capital to expand an existing business. So they're not really set up to fund startups and don't have the sort of risk return profile on their products that would fit. Then another source of capital would be grants. In 2020, we had a hard time sort of getting foundations to understand our story and to understand not just the solution we were proposing. They had a hard time believing the solution and thinking that this was going to be successful as a business. But they also, for a lot of them, had a hard time understanding the problem. The myth that Uber and its ilk are providing great, fun, flexible gig work that helps people boost their income runs pretty deep. And I mean, I think that myth has been fairly successfully debunked at this point, but going back in time, that was still pretty strong with a lot of folks who, to be blunt, you would think knew better.
We got to kind of wrap the answer up. Yeah.
So we eventually got a loan from Shared Capital Cooperative, which is a co-op loan fund, who took a risk on us. We also had developed a product line, and I can't go into detail, which could reasonably project more stable business projections, and then a couple other co-op loan funds and crowdfunding.
Okay, thank you. So I'm now told we have 5 minutes left, so I am going to ask the big question. Thinking about the corporation broadly, and the future of the corporation doesn't have to look like what it looks like now, and thinking about the 5,000 to 6,000 companies listed on the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange, what does the model that you're working on, and we have 4 different models, bode for redesigning the future of the corporation, especially larger corporations in the United States? We'll take about a minute each, and again, we'll go from the right to the left. Chris.
Thank you, Joseph. I think, I'm not qualified to answer that question, so, but I'll
do your best.
Our model, employee-owned holdco, a lot of the benefits and power in what we're doing is truly just what we've been talking about the last 2 days. All the reasons employee ownership is great and has terrific outcomes for people. So thinking about how that scales, I really just start to dream about what an employee-owned Berkshire Hathaway would look like. I mean, can you imagine, basically? So I'll leave you with that. In my wildest dreams, we somehow create something like that someday.
Can you have a chocolate subsidiary too? Go ahead, Annalisa.
Well, we'd love to see public companies routinely include meaningful, broad-based employee ownership programs, and think that that would truly take us from a place of shareholder primacy to stakeholder capitalism, and that these programs are not just part of a benefits package that the employees maybe don't know about or understand, but that these companies are really building robust cultures of ownership, which is what we all want, where the management structures reflect the things that need to be in place for employees to really have delegated decision making and really have a voice in making the workplace better, and to maybe they're in a job that they didn't intend, this wasn't like the dream career, but they have purpose in their work, they have a voice, they feel connected to the job because they are interacted in a way where they are treated and able to act like owners. So it's a vision we all want, but baked into public companies in a more sustainable way.
Thank you, Annalisa. Robin.
I'm very aligned with what you just said, Annalisa. So for me, I think companies really need to put in some thoughtful design levers in their programs that can really amplify participation and get creative with their offerings, because the programs that I was planning to talk about today in more depth all were a little bit creative and had design levers that can really enable and boost participation in their programs. And so doing that, I think, will ultimately help bring us to another level of employee ownership. It's just unfortunate because so many times we're faced with conversations with clients who want to design these really fabulous programs, but when all is said and done, they don't want to put the right design levers in place to actually make that happen. So I think that, and then that coupled with just really, really important communication, education for participants, because like Marshall talked about earlier, that is such a miss for companies. The two go hand in hand. You design a program, and that program from end to end should include communications about how wonderful the program is, and it should be ongoing. And that just is such a miss for people. They don't want to spend the money on it. And so I think some of that can really help bring us to a better place. And gosh, don't you think we all behave so much different if we're an owner of something versus a renter? I don't care as deeply about something that I rent. So I just think that's my overarching message of like why ownership is so important.
Eric?
It's so funny. I had to think of this question a lot. And I actually realized I actually did work for a large publicly traded company that did have an employee ownership program. It paid around minimum wage. Provided benefits. You work 20 hours, but strategically scheduled people for 19, and arbitrarily fired people. I was part of a campaign to unionize that company, got fired for doing so. That company's name is Starbucks. So it really made me, I'm not bringing this up because I want to like smear their name or whatever, but it's because we got to think not just how do you get big publicly traded companies to embrace ownership, but what does it actually mean? Something I think that my eyes have opened to is I've sort of gone from being a radical labor organizer to being a Republican as someone responsible for, I'm not a Republican, it's a joke, but anyway, I'm not going to go there, to being responsible for making sure that payroll gets processed and there's enough money in the bank, is that business owners do things for a reason. And the reason that Starbucks was making the decisions to run their business in that way, it does have to do with the ownership. So what does that mean? I actually don't know. But here's an idea. I think the answer might be to leverage labor's pension fund assets, to use those to finance worker-owned businesses. Why not? I don't know if there's, or just stop financing really terrible businesses for that matter.
Well, that's fantastic. I will remind everyone that in his first State of the Union address, President Theodore Roosevelt, who was really a Republican, called for broad-based employee ownership and profit sharing, as did President Reagan during his administration. And so with that, let me thank this fantastic panel, helping us look forward to the future of the corporation. Thank you so much. That was great. Really, really.
Take your seats as we sort of close out our exciting 2 days of conversation. I say close out, clearly given how much people are talking in the breaks. It's probably not the end of all the conversation, but this is our final session together. So come on in, and we're going to be talking in this session about what employee ownership means for us as a country. And I'm going to encourage my colleagues to do a little gentle pushing out there so we can kind of bring people back in, because we have some really great speakers and a really good closeout conversation. So what we've heard is that we've heard the benefits that workers and firms receive over the last few days, and we're really going to kind of think about, so what does that mean for us big picture? What does that mean for us as a society? Who we say we are, what we value, what we want to be? What does it mean for our economy as a whole? In a lot of conversations today, we kind of get stuck in this sort of false trade-offs, right? We get stuck in what's good for workers and communities is maybe not good for business, or not, going to maximize GDP and profits. And we kind of make this false trade-off, and it can be hard to break out of that. And many ways our divided times that we live in kind of mirror this. We live in very divided times. We were on Capitol Hill yesterday. We kind of know about the divisions between Republicans and Democrats, right? Many times those, we sort of have rural versus urban conversations, rich versus poor, labor versus management, old versus young. There's lots of ways we have divisions in our society. But the thing is in the midst of all this division, we really do have a common destiny, and employee ownership is a path to a positive shared economic destiny, which we all have a stake. We all have a responsibility to kind of work towards economic success, but we all get to share in the fruits of that economic effort. Employee ownership offers a chance to sort of get past some of the false trade-offs and divisions, and to get closer to sort of the ideals of the American dream that sort of are in our national discourse or ideology, but which kind of so many people feel is not really their American reality. So that we feel like is really kind of the promise of employee ownership in many ways. And so we're gonna talk about that a little bit in this panel. But as has been the practice today, we're first going to start with a brief talk from two Rutgers fellows. So first we'll have Eric Olson. Eric is an associate professor of economics and chair of the Department of Economics at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and senior fellow at the Institute for Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing at the Rutgers University. He has published widely and made contributions in several fields of economics. Currently, he's engaged in research on the effect of broad-based or cooperative employee ownership and participatory management on employee behavior, firm structure, performance, and survival. Other active areas of research include the creation and growth dynamics of employee-owned and operated firms. After Eric, I'm just going to do you both at once here. After Eric, we're going to hear from Paige Ouimet. Paige is a professor of finance at the Keenan Flagler Business School at the University of North Carolina. She's also Associate Dean of the PhD program and the Research Director of the Keenan Institute. Her research agenda is concentrated at the juncture of finance and labor economics. She's interested in how decisions studied in finance impact employee stakeholders, specifically how those effects are reflected in firm performance and hence corporate finance decisions. So thank you both for being with us, and Eric, let me welcome you to the podium.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We have the advantage of going, going last, so we'll try to make the best out of that. So Matt asked me to talk a little bit about the topic of this panel, which is American values and the competitive advantage of employee ownership. And rather than talking about my individual research, I want to talk about some themes that have sort of motivated my research more generally, a kind of a broader overview. And one of the things that I want to talk about is the conventional wisdom in economics, which is in fact the opposite of what it is that we're talking about today. There's a conventional wisdom in economics, which really, again, has motivated a lot of my own research. around the idea that employee ownership must be had a competitive disadvantage, right? That we look out into the world and we see a world comprised of conventionally owned businesses. They're owned in a particular way that is not employee ownership. And I want you to think about it for a minute, why it is that that would be the case, which is why is it that most of the world we see of the economy, or at least a large part of it, GDP-producing economy, is conventionally owned businesses. And I think if we went around this room, we'd probably come up with a number of different very good explanations for why that is the case, for why businesses are owned in the way that we're familiar with. Economists know only one, though. Economists have only one explanation. It is that they must be at a competitive disadvantage, and that's why we see the world the way that exists the way that it is. And I think that that is conceptually and empirically wrong. And part of my agenda has been, because we know that the research that I was familiar with before we started this larger group that I've now been involved with for some time, was that my conception was that that answer was wrong, and now it's become reinforced over and over again. We have extensive empirical research that shows that employee-owned businesses have both competitive advantages and survival advantages, productivity advantages and survival advantages. So the conventional wisdom in economics is manifestly wrong. And so from that, that sort of motivated a lot of the work that I've wanted to do, which is to understand if we know that employee ownership brings tremendous advantages for workers and their families and their communities, income and wealth creation, employment stability, better work experience, economic mobility, if all of those things are possible, why is it that we remain stuck in this sort of equilibrium where we're not realizing those things? In fact, we're realizing the opposite. And I think the answer is that employee ownership rarely spontaneously emerges in an economy that depends on self-interested entrepreneurial activity. A self-interested entrepreneur is rarely, it was interesting, as Eric was on this panel before, was the exception that proves the rule of entrepreneurial activity, not self-interested entrepreneurial activity. We rarely see that. It's unusual. Because of that, we rarely see employee-owned businesses created in an economy that relies on this self-interested entrepreneurial activity, which for economists is really the basis of how an economy works, that self-interested activity would lead to these outcomes. What I want to argue is that it doesn't point to that employee ownership is somehow intrinsically flawed, right? That there's some intrinsic problem with it because self-interested behavior is not going to lead to this becoming predominant. What it points to is, in fact, that we need the institutions and policies that are going to bring it about, that is the way that this is going to happen. And this is not unusual, right? If you look at American history, the reason we have police and fire services is not because of self-interested entrepreneurial behavior. The reason we have public education, the reason we have national defense, this is not self-interested entrepreneurial behavior that created these things. These are the conscious creations of policies and institutions. And what we've been talking about here for the last 2 days is how do we create those institutions and those policies to move us forward in a way to achieve those things that we need to achieve in the economy, to try to deal with these issues of income and wealth inequality, of economic stagnation, of people who are stuck in place and communities that are stuck in place because we're relying on something that isn't going to solve the problem, and we're just building those things that we need in order to solve this problem. And that's what I find really encouraging about this work, right? It's how we're going to get to an economy that is going to work more equitably and more efficiently for people, even though my colleagues in the economic field of economics believe that in fact, this is not the way to achieve it. But I'm fully convinced, and I think that anybody who's been working in this field long enough knows that that's the wrong answer. So with that, in fact, I think to get to the point of thinking about this as American values, I think that achieving more broad-based employee ownership is not just desirable, but necessary in order to preserve our democratic institutions. I think that the income and wealth inequalities, inequalities of wealth, income, and power that we see in the U.S. economy and that are driving a whole range of different arguments or range of different political problems that are, I think, really imperiling some of our democratic institutions are rooted in these economic phenomena. And I think that it's not necessarily just consistent with our American values, but it's necessary to preserve our American democratic institutions to try to find a way to address those economic issues. And for me, employee ownership is the obvious and most achievable way of trying to address those in a reasonable time frame in our lifetime. So those are some of the bigger issues that have motivated me. And I think that if you talk to an economist who says, well, you know, employee ownership, yeah, it's a great idea, and maybe we'll have a few, like a cooperative corner store and so forth, something like that, because it's really some inefficient institutional organization, they're wrong, and you can tell them that they're wrong, and that you've learned that from coming to the Aspen Institute to hear people talk about it, because I've really dedicated a large part of my career to researching this, and thanks to Joseph Blasey and Doug Cruz, who have made that work possible for a number of us. So that's where I'm going to finish.
Well, I want to start by thanking the organizers for including me. I think we need to do more of these types of conferences where we're bringing together practitioners and policymakers and activists and academics, because I know we can learn so much from talking to each other, and I certainly have over the last 2 days. So I'm the last academic speaker, and I wanted to think about, well, what can I add to this already great conversation that we've had? And I want to start, even at the risk of being repetitive, by saying that the state-of-the-art research tells us that with more employee ownership, firms become more productive. And so specifically looking at my work, I'm looking at public firms, and I observe them adopting employee ownership plans and doing so thoughtfully. So in this idea of bringing up this ownership culture, and what I find afterwards is the value of the firm expands, and this benefits workers. So workers see their wages increase above and beyond the value of the ESOP shares that they're being granted. And I also observe that shareholder stock prices increase, so shareholders are gaining as well. And so why? Well, I think this is mainly what we've been talking about over these last 2 days. You know, the way I think about it simply is that for the vast majority of firms, their employees, are the key drivers of their value, and most firms do a horrible job of acknowledging this. And employee ownership can change that. By elevating your employees to employee owners, you make them part of your firm. You make them clearly as the central part of your firm, and employees respond. As employee owners, they're going to work harder, they're going to care more about the firm, and that's how we see these productivity gains. Now, having said that, the academic in me has to give you 2 caveats. And here are the 2 issues with this research. Is first, all of our economics research is based on observational studies. So what I do is I observe firms that have already voluntarily decided to adopt ESOPs. And so what that means is these are the firms that are anticipating the greatest benefits when they adopt them. And so I do think we need to have some sort of grain of salt when we think about the estimates and the magnitudes that we're observing now, if we were to try to apply them to a broader sample of firms. It's not clear we'll see as big of a gains. The second issue is that firms that adopt ESOPs, they're unique. They tend to be more employee-focused. And so there's always a difficulty in sort of teasing out how much of this effect that you're observing, is it driven by the ESOP itself, or is it driven by the selection? That these were just unique firms that were already employee-focused. But having said that, we have a lot of creative ways to kind of get around these concerns. And as the last speaker, I promise I won't bore you with how I do that in my research. But I think what this says is that we also have a lot more questions that we would love to see answered. And so current state-of-the-art research says that employee ownership appears to be increasing firm productivity. But I'm excited to see where the research is going to be in the next few years as we continue to address some of these questions.
Thank you both. That was terrific and also incredibly on time. And now I'm delighted to welcome the panel to the stage. Unfortunately, Marjorie Kelly, who was originally on the program, was unable to join us today for personal reasons. She shares her regrets and well wishes to everyone at this event. And we're looking forward to Marjorie's new book, Wealth Supremacy: How the Extractive Economy and the Biased Rules of Capitalism Drive Today's Crises, set to be released in September, and hopefully we can welcome her for a book talk or something then. So she regrets she can't be here. But we have terrific expertise in the audience, and we have terrific expertise on our next panel. So let me welcome them now to the stage. Margot Brandenburg, Senior Program Officer of Mission Investments at the Ford Foundation. Julius Krein, Editor of American Affairs. And Jerome Brown, Senior Vice President and Director of Quality at HDR. All right, great. So thank you all so much for joining us today. And just going to jump on in. Jerome, we're going to sort of start with our opening introductory questions. So maybe, Jerome, you can start. Tell us a little about yourself, introduce HDR, and give us maybe a quick history of how and why the company became employee-owned. And also, I love hearing you talk about how you have like an accidental history at HDR. So maybe tell us what compelled you to stay.
Yeah. So my name is Jerome Brown, based here in DC. I oversee our global quality and risk management strategies for our organization. I've been in HDR for about 21 years. As was mentioned, it is purely accidental. I never even thought I would be in this industry. So HDR is an architectural and engineering design consulting firm. I just say anything above the ground and anything below the ground that you can imagine, we probably have a hand in designing it. We produce nothing except ideas, so our people are purely creative intellectuals, but it's civil, heavy civil. I'm mechanical by background. I started my career in oil and gas in the R&D field. I worked for one of the large firms there, and then I moved into automotive research and development. And I had just happened to stumble across some folks that said, hey, just come talk to our people. And I took a risk. I wanted to learn about project management, and I thought I was going to stay 1 year in this firm because I had no interest really in being in the industry. And now 21 years later, you can see that plan did not work out. When I started HDR, we had just bought ourselves back. I think I was 4 years after the buyback. So HDR started in 1917. It was principal owned. We sold ourselves to Bouygues in the 80s. That relationship really didn't work out. It was troublesome, and we found out that we were going to be sold again. So 40 people in the organization decided to pool their capital and repurchase the firm. And there were a lot of stipulations and conditions, so we had a buyback period where we had a funded loan guaranteed. And as soon as that was paid off, they immediately sent all the ownership out to the employees. So when I started, I think I was an employee 1856, I believe, in the organization. We're 12,500 plus strong now. When I started, we were only in 36 offices. Now we're in 210 across the world. So it's been a great experience, and I'm sure we'll get into more discussion about why. Yeah.
I'm sure we will. Thank you. Margot, I'm going to come to you next. You've had a terrific career in impact investing and in philanthropy, and so maybe you can talk a little bit about that career and how that intersects with today's conversation on employee ownership.
Sure, I'd be glad to. And first, thank you for including me. I was saying not jokingly to someone that I know less about this topic than basically anyone in the room and have much more to learn than insights to share, but it's a privilege. And I have spent the past 20 some odd years working at this intersection of capital markets and social change. And I would say now that's a pretty big, almost sexy, kind of mature space, but 20 plus years ago, where everyone assumed that the only entrepreneurial activity was singularly self-interested. It was a weird and a kind of a lonely space. So I started in microfinance and community development finance, and then I came to the Rockefeller Foundation in 2006 at a time when Rockefeller, as a sort of a pioneering philanthropy, was really grappling with the limitations of grant making to effectuate change at scale. And at the same time, we knew there was an early track record in industries like microfinance and clean tech. So a few of us hosted a set of meetings in Bellagio, and this term of impact investing was coined. And I had an opportunity to help kind of incubate some of the organizations that form the ecosystem in that space. And then I went on, I left Rockefeller, I started a company with 100% worker ownership, although not 100% worker owned. Ran that for a number of years and then sold it in 2019 and came to the Ford Foundation in 2020, just in time for COVID. And I can say more about Ford's relationship to this space, but maybe I'll just add like an observation that's a personal one, but both, when I was at Rockefeller and then running the company that I started, and even at Ford, I would say like US workers generally are just sort of like woefully underrepresented in impact investing and more broadly in the ESG world, and worker ownership being, a subset of that. And it seems crazy to me. Like, we're all workers. Like, it's either a blind spot or an omission or an error of commission, depending, I think, on your perspective, that is really kind of confounding. And so it's exciting to see this drumbeat of interest and momentum and innovation and intermediation in the space. And yeah, just really glad for the chance to be here.
Great, thank you so much. Julius, I'll come to you next. Maybe you can just introduce yourself, the work that you do at American Affairs, and how you came to this issue, why you think employee ownership is interesting in this moment.
Right, thank you. So I'm the editor of American Affairs. We're a quarterly policy journal. We also do a lot of other work on industrial strategy and actually mobilizing capital behind strategic sectors. Before I also accidentally, more or less, started American Affairs, I was an investment analyst at a couple private equity funds and also a hedge fund. And I guess the through line that connects throughout my career is a peculiar, perhaps, interest in the difficulty of making investments in the United States, by which I mean capital investments, and the relatively low amount of corporate capital investment relative to previous history, relative to many other countries, and the severe disincentives to that. Economic theory tells you that firms will invest whenever the returns exceed the cost of capital. If you look at the aggregate statistics, that clearly does not happen. Anyone who's been a practitioner in the field knows nobody thinks that way. And yet economic theory marches on, oblivious. From the policy perspective, I think this has been a major contributor to many of the most severe macroeconomic issues we face as a country, from stagnant productivity, weak performance, also I think indirectly contributing to the inequality issues, and more concretely behind some of the problems we've been focusing on in more recent years related to national security and supply chains. And there's no single solution to all of those problems, but perhaps the single most effective thing to change some of those incentives would be an expansion of employee ownership, and that's sort of behind my interest in the topic.
Great, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So Jerome, I'm going to come to you next. Many people who are unfamiliar with the idea of employee ownership, but then visit an employee-owned company, I think many of us have sort of had this experience of they go, oh, wow, that's really different. That there's like a different feel in an organization, and many note that there is indeed a different approach. And sometimes a different value framework operating in these kinds of organizations. So maybe you could talk a little bit about HDR's value and share an example or two of how the company lives those values.
Yeah, so I definitely drink the Kool-Aid on employee ownership, clearly, for how long I've been here. But when I joined the firm, I had no concept of what that even meant. that was not a deciding factor for why I joined HDR. But as I learned what the corporate values were and how leadership not just embraced those and lived those, but it was clearly demonstrated throughout all the employees, I began to get a greater understanding of actually what was going on. So I think for those of you that come into a company and see the environment and the culture, it's much different than when you actually are embedded in the organization. So we have a couple core values where number one is we do things right, period. That's it. And it's solely self-interest to the organization. We want to be a legacy firm. We're a 100+ year organization. And from the executive suite down to the next level leadership, there is a clear and overly communicated interest in passing down the ownership to the next generation of employees. So it's continually communicated throughout the organization that our sole interest is to make sure that HDR continues to grow and that the next generation of employees have an opportunity to participate in that ownership model. Well, how do you do that? You do that through delivery of client service. One failed, you just mentioned the focus of quality and the impact of quality. I think when everyone understands that they own a stake in the organization personally, their commitment to the quality of work, the diligence of which they're willing to go above and beyond it in the production of the work is astronomical. Some may say unhealthy, but most people that own their own company work exceedingly hard to make sure that that firm's successful. And one of the things we all look back on is we own this company, hence why we are all working so hard to make sure the organization's successful. And I think our clients experience that as well. We're a little unique in that from the other organizations I've worked in, when we have issues of quality or we have issues in delivery, even if we suspect that it'll never be known, the bridge will still be built, factors of safety are fine, but there's something that we know we may have made an error on or may have not quite comfortable, maybe regulatory compliance may be an issue because we missed a code. Most companies I've been in will move along. There's no risk of failure. HDR will pull back and say, immediately call the client and say, hey, this is the issue that we're facing. This is what we found. Probabilities are kind of small that there's going to be an issue here, but here's what we're going to do to fix this. Even if it's at cost that will put that project in jeopardy of being profitable. Our sole interest is to make sure that, number one, the public is always safe. Number two, our clients are always whole. And number three, that we're taken care of. Pretty much in that order. And what we found is that generates what we call a clients for life model, because they see that. We've heard from them, no other consultants has these conversations with us. You could have let this go. And we return say, no, we can't. This is our organization, and we stand by the values of our firm. When I started to get more of those conversations, I'm like, this is weird. Like, what companies have these conversations? Like, that's not what I knew in publicly traded organizations. It's not discussed. And I bought into it. And I said, this is actually really amazing and really unique. And the more you see that, the more you protect that. And I think that that's one of the things that's unique in our organization. When people leave, they end up coming back in a couple years, because then they see, especially folks that start in HDR and they don't quite get what it means, they'll go out and then within 18 to 24 months, they're back and they're like, we had no idea. And then they stay. We have a lot of very senior tenured folks in our organization, and it's really good. I deeply appreciate what we've built.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have to say that just resonates so much with and the work we've done at the Economic Opportunities Program. We talk with all kinds of workers and all kinds of levels, and I think, you know, people really do value feeling like not just that they get paid for their work, but that their work is valued in something that is a contribution. So, you know, that just really, really resonates with I feel like, with what I've heard. So thank you for that. So Julius, so I have to say, I just loved your contrasting economic theory with actual reality.
It's not hard.
And, we place a lot of value on shareholders. And so I'm just wondering if you could say a little bit more about that. You've written a lot about the potential consequences of, in terms of lack of capital investment, and et cetera. So if you could just talk a little bit more about those challenges and particularly how you think employee ownership offers a solution that better aligns with American values from your perspective.
Well, maybe I'll actually stick to theory a little more on this one and get even more pedantic. But we call it shareholder primacy, but that in a way is somewhat imprecise. It's not really the underlying beneficial owners who are primary in most cases. It's really more asset manager primacy, if we're being really precise. And to go back into history, when capitalism is first theorized in the 18th century or whatever, it's theorized around the single entrepreneur. The owner and operator are united in a single person or maybe a single family. And then, of course, you have the rise of large corporations in the 19th and 20th centuries, and we get all this discussion about the separation of ownership and control, and there's an agency problem. And really, what we call shareholder primacy or financialized capitalism arises in response to that and is supposed to be a solution to that. And in some ways it is. But effectively what you had is the empowerment of institutional investors, institutional asset managers in terms of voting, in terms of driving operations. And you didn't really reunite owners and operators per se. You actually introduced a number of other conflicts. A financial market participant can make a lot of money on a firm through activities like asset stripping or over-levering or under-investing in quality control and so on. And they don't necessarily have the same long-term interests of the firm at heart. Maybe the problem is no longer, the management is different from the shareholders, but the shareholders are now separated from the long-term concept of the firm in a certain way. And in a way then, employee ownership is actually the next step to correct for those problems. And I think we already heard from Jerome concretely how that actually does play out in real life in these companies. The other part of it I'll mention, the piece of the theory that is very simple yet very influential, is the sort of Hayekian concept of markets as communication systems or information systems. And there's something to that, but it also means that, if markets actually work that way, that means they also can create a sort of consensus or de facto collusion among firms, even without sort of illegal activity collusion. And what you see in many cases, this is often where the disincentives for investment, competitive investment, come in, because every firm in a space likely knows that all of their other competitors are owned by private equity too, or face the same pressure from large asset managers in public markets. And all of those investors want rational pricing. That nobody wants big investments if that, they want buybacks over investment or whatever. And if you know that all your competitors are subject to the same ownership structure and pressures, it relieves you from having to worry about that. But if you all of a sudden had more employee-owned firms who perhaps didn't have that same incentive and might be more likely to, say, make large competitive investments or compete on volume over price, for example, all of a sudden all of the other competitors in that space may also have to respond. So even if employee-owned firms never become, a large percentage of the corporate universe, even a smaller number could, I think, have a very outsized impact.
Great, thank you. I think that was a really interesting way to think about one of these questions that comes up, like what's the scale at which this will sort of make a difference in our economy writ large? So thank you, I appreciate that. Margot, so the mission of the Ford Foundation is, at least in part, to reduce poverty and injustice and strengthen democratic values. So how do you view these connections between employee ownership and democracy and civic engagement and the values or beliefs that Americans hold dear?
I feel like that's one of those questions where the answer's in the question. But Yes, so the mission of the Ford Foundation is to address inequality in all its forms. We identify as a social justice foundation. We like to say justice begins where inequality ends. And when you have the ambition or maybe like the audacity to have, to really want to take on things like inequality and injustice, I think you almost necessarily need to look at systemic solutions. Like we just don't have enough Band-Aids, right, to approach it that way. I think we have to get to root causes. And, you know, broad-based worker ownership, as has been discussed for the past 2 days, is, I think, a systemic solution to things like wealth inequality and our threats to democracy and the kind of, you know, anemic, if not stagnant wage growth that American workers have seen over the past few decades. And what's so great about this is that it's not only the Ford Foundation in 2023 that sees this as a systemic solution. It's something, as I've learned from Joseph Blassie, that like Americans for a very long time have resonated with, that Americans to the right of center and also progressives. I have the good fortune to be on the board of something called the Workers Lab, which has funded the Drivers Co-op and Obron. I see Joseph here and a couple of others. Like, those are all, I think, pretty progressive individuals and organizations, right? And everyone from their different sort of worldviews and perches gravitating to this solution is not something that we see across a lot of the other work that Ford is engaged in. I think we're getting ever more polarized, and this, I think, really the superpower in this idea, in part, is its appeal to a really broad number of people.
Great, thank you. Julius, I want to come back to you and talk about industrial policy a little bit. Like this, I feel like is one of these ideas that was very discredited in economics until recently, when they said, "Oh, well, chips, like we should really do something about this." So anyway, I'm just wondering, sort of how that idea that of industrial policy, how you're thinking about it, and how you see employee ownership fitting into and maybe supporting that.
Yes. I mean, in one sense, America's always been doing industrial policy. It never really went away, even if we didn't want to talk about it. But certainly, as we've begun now self-consciously and intentionally engaging in it, you know, we haven't really done that since 1940s, probably, you know, in a certain sense. And I think what we're finding and what you're seeing, you know, our models for doing industrial policy are still kind of are premised on the 1940s corporate landscape, where, you know, the government calls up the big companies and big CEOs in the sector and says, "We want this," and expects it to sort of happen. And that can work with, you know, industries like semiconductors, where you just have a few names. You know, though even there, it's more complicated than I think people thought. Maybe it works if you can call JP Morgan and ask them to buy a bank once in a while. But when you get into many other sectors, you find that, you know, they're not dominated by firms anymore. Big company CEOs don't necessarily call the tune. Financial investors and financial markets call the tune. And if you're going to have a successful industrial policy, you are going to have to be able to get you're going to have to attack the investor level and not just the firm level. And I think we've seen in a number of instances where efforts that have only targeted kind of the firm level have not really worked. And for example, there have been efforts in kind of the pharma industry, where we'd really like to build more pharma here in the U.S. because we have 50% of the critical drugs list is in shortage, everything from generic pharma to chemo drugs. And you could go to the pharma companies and say, "We'll give you lots of money and we'll actually increase your profits." And they'll say, "No, thank you, we don't want to touch that." As soon as we become a quote-unquote commodity manufacturer, our multiple crashes, and even if our profits go up, our value falls in half. CEO's gone. And anyway, that's just one example, but these are the dynamics at play. And I think, well, you know, there's lots of different things one has to do, but to the extent that employee ownership can become a piece of that, and you can go to employee-owned companies who have a different set of incentives, that will allow for, one, a more efficient use of government capital to get these things going, but two, a sort of larger participation in the, or, you know, an ability to really influence a larger number of critical sectors that any successful industrial policy will need to actually mobilize.
Yeah, great, thank you. So Jerome, I'm going to come to you and also to talk a little bit about competitive advantages of employee ownership as you see it. But you kind of laid some out, and I'm wondering if you also, in terms of how it works for working for the community can work for the company. Wondering if you want to say a little bit more, but also, one of the things when we talked earlier really struck me was sort of like decisions of leadership around how they think and how they think about the company, how that influenced sort of the decision to employee ownership, how you manage like attracting people, even if like maybe at the C-suite level, the compensation isn't as high as it might be in another firm. So I'm wondering if you could talk about that as well.
It's a lot of stuff in one question.
There's a lot of stuff in one question. So yeah, you get to like pick and choose.
So for the competitive advantage piece, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we do strategically with our internal investments and how we seed capital out to the employees. I think since we don't have quarterly earnings that we are necessarily watching, we evaluate once a year where we say, today's the day you can focus on our stock price. We say that on our earnings day, and then as soon as the meeting's over, all right, now get back to work and stop worrying about our stock price and go serve our clients. Simple, right? It keeps things very simple, and we think if we take care of business throughout the year, that next year when we have that special day, everything will pan out. And what that allows us to do is be very strategic in three areas. The clients that we choose to work for, which is important. The markets that we choose to enter and penetrate, especially new penetrations into markets. We can be very strategic and have a very long-term goal. We're not looking for that immediate return. And the employees that we choose to bring into our organization, which we are very selective about. I think unanimously, if you ask anyone that works at HDR, they'll complain about the hiring process and how long it takes to get someone into the organization. And we're very purposeful about that because it takes, we just finished 4 rounds of interviews by a panel of 8 different people throughout our business to hire in someone into my team. Because what we want to do is make sure that there's a culture fit and understanding that the ownership model will be under careful guard and stewardship. I think we do that with most of our hires, which is pretty amazing being 12,000 employees that we've still been able to do that. It slows things down, but we can afford to be slow because we can be very purposeful. I think that is a huge advantage to us. One of the things it allows us to do is not be a hire fire firm. When markets get soft or areas get soft, we excel at work sharing. We have that long-term strategic vision, and we'll float certain areas saying, it's soft now. We understand that, but these are very good employees, so let's retool them so that they can work in other areas. And when this picks up in 6 to 12 months, they can come back in and be productive. I don't necessarily think that our competitors have that luxury to be that purposeful or intentional about where we're seeding our investments. When it comes to rewardship, which you alluded to, it's another thing that I appreciate. So it's 100% employee-owned, broad-based. You can purchase shares out of what's in your retirement. So our senior executives can purchase the same shares as our junior staff or administrators that happen to work at the front desk. So we have several stories of mailroom clerk that's been in the organization for 25, 30 years and retires a multimillionaire because he took his retirement funds and stuck it in the organization. And the organization performed very well. He was employee probably 500. And he had a very comfortable retirement, and that is an amazing story to tell, and we have several dozens of those stories we tell. The other thing we do is now that we've become successful and have significant amounts of cash reserve, is we can be purposeful in our acquisitions, being much more selective in the skills that we acquire, but we can also, we have discretionary contributions. So if we have a really lucrative year, we'll say rather than return to all the employees, let's say, I'm just going to throw out numbers, these are not HDR numbers, instead of 15%, we'll maybe keep it at 12, and then we'll do a discretionary contribution to the employees But that discretionary contribution, it goes to all employees. So every employee gets additional shares to the organization, their locked shares. But it's capped. So if you make so much, you only get so much. The intent is that share value goes to the junior staff. And what we're trying to do is build wealth in that younger generation and investment in that younger generation so that they are incentivized to buy into the ownership model and champion HDR to the future generation. And we occasionally have senior folks that say, well, I could have used that 2% and I could have cut a year off my retirement. And our executive leaders are very quick to point out that is not the values of our organization. Our organization is building up a legacy firm that can be handed off to the next generation. So a little less thinking about yourself and a little more thinking about the generations that follow might behoove you in your future career here in HDR. And those types of conversations are fantastic. And when you hear those, you're like, this is a great place to be. And we talked about it a little bit. I'm coastal, California and now DC. But we're headquartered in Omaha since the very beginning. And I think the Midwestern values of just doing things right and a handshake as good as a contract really play through our organization. Sometimes that naivete is and that wholesomeness is actually a good thing. And when you talk about traditional American values, what built this country to be what it is, I see that play out in our organization, and it's fantastic. So I hope that told
That's what I was looking for. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
Great. Margot, in your role, you make mission-related investments as well as grants. And so when you think about employee ownership, how do you see that maybe fitting in as an investment opportunity, and what might be attractive about that?
I got distracted thinking about how I can apply for a job at HDR. So I'm sorry. I'm going to focus now on the question. Yes, so the part of Ford that I sit in has 3 types of capital. We have a grant budget, and then we have 2 types of impact investment capital. We have kind of a catalytic capital portfolio where we can take more risk than an average investor, and then we have an allocation from our endowment that we call mission-related investments, which we really need to earn a kind of a risk-adjusted market rate of return on because we depend on that income to fund our grant making and our operations. And so across both the PRI and the MRI capital, quality jobs is a priority strategy for us, and that includes worker ownership. So we're a very proud investor in Apis and Heritage that came up this morning. As well as other managers that have a quality job strategy that isn't necessarily focused on worker ownership. It might be gainful jobs. There's I think, different strategies that are in scope for us. And as an investor, and in some cases as an investor that really is kind of exigent on our financial returns, I mean, there's a huge value proposition here, and much of the research has been covered. But I remember reading something in Gallup like last month, I think, that talked about how quiet quitting is now, like, by some estimates, 50% of the American workforce. And so obviously, right, like productivity lags, turnover's high, people aren't acting like owners because they're not owners. And as an investor, that gives you pause, and it creates, a significant opportunity not only to have an impact, but to create financial value. And it's one that we see and we're continuing to look for. Having said all that, I mean, attractive financial returns is probably a necessary but maybe not sufficient condition for attracting capital at scale. I was involved in negotiating a warehouse facility for something. It wasn't related to worker ownership, but the investment banker joked, like, for every question I have to ask, that's 10 basis points on the rate. Like, which is just to say, like, if this isn't rinse, repeat pattern recognition, if this is like weird or there's hair on this, like, you're gonna pay for that. And so I think until there's more of this, there's more norms, it may be that just having a sort of an intuitive financial value proposition isn't quite enough. We need conferences like this. We need more of the intangibles to kind of work alongside the financial case.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful, and that's really interesting how they pay for that. But also, I mean, you brought up the Gallup thing. I saw that as well, like their worldwide engagement. I was like, they're like, oh, it's up engagement is at 23%. I was like, oh my goodness. So it's just really interesting to hear that and then hear this of employee-owned companies. But back to that like obvious value proposition, right? The huge difference there should start to be a more obvious value proposition. Okay, going into my last round of questions and then out to you guys. So just be ready. So Jerome, we've seen a lot of employee-owned companies sold off in recent years. Sustainability is on people's mind. Can you say a little bit more about how HDR is thinking about preparing for a future of employee ownership, but also what are some of the lessons that other companies might take from that experience?
So nothing gives us more pause than when we see, even in the competitor space, it hurts when we see employee-owned firms, bigger or smaller, be acquired or lose that opportunity for ownership. There's plenty of, the pond is big. There's plenty of work for our industry. So we try to be stewards of the industry and make sure that we're all successful as a collective. So it hurts, like CH was the full name. Oh, no, sorry. So that was a very personal story for me because I had a lot of friends there, and we really looked up to that organization because they set the gold bar. Like when you looked at a lot of the employee engagement surveys and a lot of the things that was going on, CH was leading. And a couple, why you got to mind the steward of the business and make sure your investments are solid and avoid capital infusions from outside people that may not have those same vested interests as an employee-owned firm. And you can see how the dominoes kind of fell, and that was very painful. So when we see those situations, we become more guarded. How do we protect this model? Because I don't think anyone wants that on their head that we did great for 106 years until you came along, and now look. So we're very cautious about what we do, but we do have some growing concerns. And I think one of the things that we're recognizing is the infusion of new talent may not have the same commitment or desire, commitment to corporate life or corporate work. We have heard that even professors out in industry are telling young candidates they're coming in that you would be silly to stay in an organization for more than 2 or 3 years. You have to transition organizations in order to grow and build. So those things threaten the model, right? And when they come in, also it's a hard sell. Like, why should I buy in? My shares are going to be so small to everyone else's, and having that conversation of long-term growth building is a difficult challenge. So some of the strategies that we've implemented is being very intentional about communication of culture. We do a lot of outreach to young staff, not telling them they need to buy, but here's the values that we have as an organization, and here's some of the key milestones that we've been able to overcome through economic downturns and whatnot, and you showed them the model of how we were able to retain and keep talent and continue to grow our organization, so that they understand that culture that comes from ownership is something that's real. We spend a lot of time and very intentional about that, and then like when we can send out share value on very profitable years, we make sure that they get that, so that the next year when the evaluations come, they can see what that growth looks like. I think more senior leadership, we have enough, and I think we all recognize we have enough. And then the next thing is making sure that they have enough so that they can start to realize the benefit, and then continue it well past we're gone. And does that?
Yeah, no, that's
Yep.
great.
All
And I appreciate the cautionary tale as well as sort of how you think about truly developing that next generation. So that's really helpful. So Julius, coming to you next, what are the challenges and opportunities that you see in growing employee ownership, particularly in the context of the growth of private equity and an economy that still does kind of incentivize certainly more short-term thinking than we're hearing from Jerome here. So, so wondering how you think about that question.
Sure. Well, when it comes to actually adoption of these sorts of models, I don't think private equity is really your big problem. We just heard from ownership works, which is private equity oriented. If anything, financial people understand this logic more. They get paid based on performance. It makes sense. And it has the advantage if you go and tell private equity, we're going to unionize your company. There's nothing in that for them. But employee ownership, if you can actually show real results in terms of employee engagement and performance, again, that addresses not just the employee bargaining power side, but also the productivity and performance side. I think that makes it easier. If there's a big obstacle, it's, as Margot mentioned earlier, some of the, building a paradigm, a template, a playbook that is easily replicable and everybody understands. I joked, I did a lot of work in emerging markets and actually frontier markets as an investor, and I always said that in U.S. investing, you basically do the thing you did 1,000 times before, you do it one more time. Whereas investing in these countries, you were making it up for the first time, and I was one of the few who liked that. But admittedly, it wasn't the best way to make money. Anyway, as for the big opportunities, just to expand a little bit on the industrial policy point, people dispute the actual number, but it's of the industrial policy bills and appropriations already done, it's something like $6 trillion across infrastructure, CHIPS, and IRA. I think there's likely more to come. It's probably the only area where you have real bipartisan agreement, at least in certain respects right now. And to the extent we can build a framework for more employee ownership, I think that will actually be very helpful in implementing industrial policy, particularly in a lot of the industries that have been orphaned or abandoned in the United States, and where you don't really have any conventional financial investor interest or corporate interest anymore. The other opportunity there, kind of going in the other direction, is industrial policy. There needs to be guardrails, and it's always a balance. If you have too many guardrails, you will dissuade all the real investors and participants. If you don't have enough, they will take the money, the subsidies, and do things you don't want them to do with it. And we had recently a controversy over chips where, a sort of laundry list of conditions was put on some of the funding for that. And I think perhaps rather than looking at it as let's kind of debate what good conditions we want, some of which are kind of very tangential to the actual semiconductor firm or whatever, thinking of approaches like employee ownership where we introduce the good incentives through things like employee ownership rather than kind of strict conditionality on telling firms specifically what to do, might be a better way to go about ensuring that the industrial policy funding we undertake actually achieves the goals we desire.
Great, thank you. And Margot, so last question for you, at least last one for me. What role do you see for foundations and philanthropy in supporting this push, and how do you see connecting to some of these trends?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, foundations, if we're using, the different tools in our toolkit, I think can be helpful in several different ways. Narity mentioned we can actually invest our capital. And again, even though there is attractive returns, I think that intention is quite helpful. And so whether PRIs or MRIs, it's definitely something I hope to see foundations do more of. Research, like Paige mentioned, there's been great research. We need more research, obviously, something that's well within the philanthropic wheelhouse. Like policy innovation, right, feels really important. I know there's been some recent momentum. Sounds like there could and hopefully will be more those kind of blueprints and ideation, like again, very much the domain of philanthropy. And just, as someone who's come to this and tried to learn fast, but started from a place of relative ignorance, like there's a fair few people that know a lot about this topic, but there's many more that know almost nothing and that are a bit intimidated by the acronyms and the nuances of like ESOPs and RSUs and stock purchase agreements. And so having opportunities to build bridges between those of you who do have really deep expertise and what I believe are the much broader universes of people that focus on economic policy or on workers or on inequality, like that's, I think, really precious and really necessary. So.
Great, wonderful, thank you. We are ready for your questions. So great, wonderful. Yes, right. Will, yeah. Get the mic.
Hey, I'm Will Jones. I work at the Rockefeller Foundation currently. And so I have two questions, and I'm really grateful for everything that y'all have said on this panel. My first question is, as a funder from a foundation who has shifted its pretty much entire programmatic mission towards supporting climate and energy, you talked about chips earlier, and I'm curious about ways that the federal landscape of funding, be it IRA, CHIPS, bill, et cetera, where do ESOPs fit in? Where do co-ops fit in? I think you talked a little bit about the stipulations that are put on businesses to try and get some of that funding. I'm curious, as a lot of these agencies are trying to figure out their specific policies, like what role is there for the folks in this room or other influencers who are at the table with those agencies to suggest, like, here's what we should be thinking about, here are the sorts of businesses that we think about. And I ask that as a funder because since we're moving away from supporting BSOs in the same way that we have, I see that landscape as an opportunity to continue supporting. The second question that I have is, being a funder and at an institution that largely has not considered employee ownership as part of its main strategy, how do you influence, I guess this might be more for you, Margot, but how do you really bring that argument to a board or a senior leadership that is more invested in GI or baby bonds or sort of the other really important but have more popular knowledge base? That was a lot, so sorry.
That was a lot, but it seemed like a question for you, Julius, and one for you, Margot.
Yeah, so first, I don't think employee ownership is really part of the industrial strategy conversation and the policy conversation yet. I think that's the role at this point would actually to make it a part of that, because I think it could play a valuable role both in, there will be many instances in which you're trying to encourage the development of the sector, and there aren't a lot of natural owners or investors who have expertise in that sector, who want to be in that sector, but where an employee ownership program could actually step in and take the lead on these companies. And then, as I mentioned, it may also have a very useful role to play on the conditionality side of it, though again, that's not where the policy is right now. I think that's the work that needs to be done.
Yeah, I'm going to find you at the reception and say, this is a conversation to have over wine. When I was at Rockefeller, I think I tried to play some of the translation function you're talking about and was able to fund Evergreen and a couple of other things. And some of that was bringing one of our vice presidents to see work on the ground. A little bit of it was the research available at the time, and there's much more now. But personally, I do think this topic would benefit from a bit of a PR campaign because, as philanthropy and all of us try to be responsive to the zeitgeist and, what's bubbling up, I think it helps to have this topic be on people's lips and in their minds. And again, I think some of it does read to those of us that don't know a lot as a bit esoteric or just daunting. And so what is the TikTok video for worker ownership? I heard it come up this morning. I'm going to start Googling I don't even have TikTok, so I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to get my niece to show me what are the dances that can actually bring this to life? Because I feel like we need that, right? And that will make all of our jobs, I think, easier as we have that kind of push in the zeitgeist.
Great, thank you. Okay, over here.
Hi, Joseph Curitan with O'Brien Cooperative. Thank you. So response first is thank you for asking that question, because I think at the end of the day, the levers that we're pulling are interesting. You talked about GI and things like that, where there are programmatic implementations that the conduit of which, so where the money moves, could be an ESOP or a co-op, the service providers for philanthropy might be an inroad, just a thought. There's an intermediary there, and why can't the intermediary be owned by the people? Just saying. But then the question was actually for ESOP practitioners, how, when you're thinking about outside of just financial value, right? So what other sort of non-financial benefits or non-financial incentives are braided into your experience within the ESOP world, or co-op or whatever, right? That may be unique to that situation versus a traditional firm. I'd be curious, because of my background, cooperatives versus ESOPs, it'd just be, what's the difference,
So I guess I'm the only practitioner.
That's you.
Yeah. Look at me. So there's got to be a motivator beyond just strictly finance, right? And I think that's where an alignment to the purpose of the organization becomes key. I think and all I can talk from is from my organization, because that's the perspective I have. We're not guided by the return. It's nice, but that's secondary. Our organization, it's a very easy story to tell. We build critical infrastructure for communities. So when you see what happened to Flint, when you see what happened to Jackson, when you look at the Pennsylvania Bridge that just collapsed, those are key events in society that are disrupting communities. And our organization has an ability to be very influential in ensuring, one, that those communities recover quickly. So we're the design firm that rebuilt the Penn Bridge in 11 months. So that's an awesome story to tell. We're also very key and instrumental in ensuring that the projects that we undergo are not creating like the next Flint. So we're very cautious and purposeful about the decisions we make, because we're very cognitive that to build a legacy firm that's well known, not just by the client space, but by the public space, we have an additional onus to do good work. And I think that higher calling and purposeful work is what allows us to be successful as an ESOP. I think most of our employees, if you were to ask any one of them, the value of working in our organization is that commitment to building a future society. It sounds corny. I feel weird saying it. But at the end of the day, I think everyone is committed to ensure that we leave society in a better place than it is today. And when you can rally a group of people behind a mission, whatever that mission is, so that's ours. Each organization needs to find what is that higher calling purpose, because that's what people are going to center around. That's what they're going to want to take ownership in, and that's what they're going to want to help build. At the end of the day, I don't want to have a lot of money. I want to look at things that we did out in the community and say, that community is better off because our firm engaged here, and we had key people helping build infrastructure that's going to be relied on for generations to come. That's huge. And I think the more, I'm not sure the other firms that are considering ESOPs, the more they can dial into that calling, especially with this newer generation. I think their motivators are different, right? Like, they don't want cars. They're very idealistic. They want transit. They want dense communities. They want to leave behind something greater, which is different than our generation, right? So the more that they can tie into that purpose, I think they can build that critical mass to have a successful employee-owned venture. Does that get to the
mission?
Yep.
Great. Annalise? Can we get a microphone up here?
I swear, HDR is not like Jones Camp. I'm here on my own free volition.
No, I actually just would love to hear a little bit more about how you guys bring your mission, purpose, and values to life with employees when they join. Like, what are the reinforcing mechanisms that you use? Because a lot of times companies want to get straight to employees are thinking and acting like owners, and we try to say you've got to focus on engagement and you have to align people around a common vision and purpose. But not a lot of companies do that. So how are you actually reinforcing that in the day-to-day of the job?
Okay, so I say we're not Jones Camp, but we have these conferences where we fly everybody into Omaha. And in all seriousness, it's kind of funny. We all participate in the same organizations. And one of our competitors we were talking about, our business group conference is coming up. We're going to fly 1,000 people into Omaha and talk about the great work we do and how that work connects to communities and how the project team felt after delivering the work. So those are most of the experiential stories that we tell at these conferences. But they're expensive, right? So you're renting out the entire Omaha Convention Center. You're bringing in thousands of employees for 3 or 4 days. They give up their weekend. They're working adults. They're willing to share rooms, so that's how we keep our costs down. Different models with, like, private firms wouldn't do that. You get your own room. You can have your own room, but you're going to pay half of your room. So those are things we structure around it, and they're all committed, and they all come. We tell those stories. We have 6 business groups, so we do that every year. We do 2 of these conferences. And I was sharing with one of our competitors that, I'm about to fly out to Omaha next week for this conference, and they go, why would you guys still do that? What a colossal waste of money. And I said, I see where you're coming from, because it is expensive. And there's no tangible direct result from that investment. But when you ask about how you communicate that story and how you get the employees to understand what we're building and what the greater commitment is, being among those global practitioners, because we're flying people in from the UK, from the Middle East, from Australia. It's a global conference where we're sharing new technologies, new ways to deliver work, new ways to engage our clients successfully. And they go back and they share those stories, and now they've built these networks and community, and we call it filling our tank. Because consulting's tough. You get burned out, but you go to these conferences, I go on E, and I come back on F, and I'm like, oh, that was great. By the time I'm on E again, there's another conference, and now I'm on F again. And I think you could look at it and say that is a waste of money. That's bottom line dollars that could go to revenue. And why can't you just do it virtual? Why do you need to bring all these people together? There's something intangible in having that human connectivity. And for us, I don't see us ever deviating from that. You could say you could add it to the bottom line and you can get an extra 4 or 5% on your return. And I think most of our leadership would say, knock yourself out in your own company. That's not how we transition our values and maintain who we are as a firm. So those types of things that we do. And then there's continual, we do CEO quarterly updates where most of his stories are aligned with how we're impacting communities. And the results are amazing. If I have a couple minutes, we recently started, well, not recently, it's 2013, our CEO said, hey, we think we have a lot of critical mass of people wanting to engage deeper in the communities. Let's start an employee foundation. We're not going to give any money to it corporately. It'll only be funded by whatever they're willing to contribute. And they can pick the projects that it goes to. It has to be in our core values, so healthcare, education, or environment. But they could pick the project and they submit, and we'll give money, but only as much as they give. So we started to get a day of giving. In the first year we did, I think we made $500,000, and we were only like 7,000 employees at the time. So fast forward to our most recent cycle, it's in March. I think we 1.8 million in one day from employees. It's their own money. This is stuff that they just give it to the company and say, we want to be known for what we do in our local communities. That's an amazing culture. And I think that culture only happens through the model and similar models that we've been able to build, right?
Yeah. Great, wonderful. Well, I want to thank the panel. This has been a really fascinating conversation. And I'm just going to say a couple of words now as we sort of close out our day, and then welcome Joseph to say some final remarks. And I particularly appreciate your story of that final remarks of, bringing everybody together from around the world to sort of that personal connection and how important that is. Because I feel like I've heard that echoed so many times in talking with people today about, page mentioning how good it is to have not just academics, but practitioners and advocates and other experts together to really kind of inform each other's thinking. And it's just been great to see how much buzz there's been in people connecting with each other and meeting new people and getting and exchanging new ideas. And I really do agree that bringing people together in person has been really valuable. So that's my way of sort of saying thank you all so much for your full-on participation in the Employee Ownership Ideas Forum. It has been really wonderful. I feel energized by it and feel like I've gotten a lot out of it. And so I just really wanted to thank you very much for all your participation and for all the work you do in this space. And I hope you'll continue to share your ideas with us, to be in touch, and I just, again, want to thank the Aspen team, the Rutgers team, thank Joseph for his partnership. It's really been wonderful working together, and look forward to welcome you all downstairs for a glass of wine. So thank you all so much. And Joseph, let me turn it over to you to close us out.
So I'll just take a minute, and obviously we are just sort of delighted that all of you participated here in person and in live stream. This has been a wonderful cooperative project by Aspen and Rutgers, and a team of 10 worked so hard on this, and we thank each of them. And my personal partnership with Maureen has been a great joy. We've learned so much together, and we've been able to build something really, I think, important. I'll just make just a few comments. Do you hear that quiet wave? Because listen, you're sitting here, but Aspen has social media people in the back. Rutgers has social media people back in New Brunswick, retweeting things and doing stuff on Facebook. These videos and sound bites are being packaged and repackaged and sent out. That's a quiet wave of what Margot talked about, of what ideas that we are talking about here, kind of going out. So we hope that wave will continue and increase as we move towards doing this again. I think that it does not happen that you get members of Congress and think tank people who haven't heard about this idea, and excited members of Congress and people, hundreds of people listening to these interactions between academics and thought leaders across different organizations, informed by, in our case, the Rutgers Institute has 200 fellows producing research for 15 years, and we're just appointing another 30 this year. We'll have more new muffins next year, and Aspen's infrastructure will be bigger and stronger and even more thoughtful. So, and bringing this to the center of power here in Washington is something that was really important for us to do. So I just want to thank everybody for participating, and enjoy your wine, and God bless.